The Republican Party is the party of the Latino. It is the party of family. It is the party of faith. It is the party of the American dream. That's what Latinos are about. My husband is Latino. My children are Latino. I'm just a gringo, okay?
Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing. Won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. They don't wanna see me care. Anytime I make some progress, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared. I walk a straight path, not many can say that. I like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb, and I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I won't get back up, cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing. Won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
Happy Halloween and white well-being.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
Ancillary story today. The first honeybee vaccine could protect the entire hive, starting with the queen. Kind of almost sounds like human society. Featured stories, Biden's imposing, quote, racism in everything from housing to healthcare. Of course, we know that's anti-whiteism here. Elite New York City private schools make parents sign anti-white commitment and attend anti-white obedience training. The Go Free lesson of the day. We have Mama Maloney and a Twitter twit that we shall call Cupcake, and why, let's see, vagina loyalty and female leaders are the death of Western kind. We have from the glossary thought chains. MP of the day, we are all just individuals. And of course, your comments, calls, and questions. And then there's this. A man asked his doctor if the doctor thought he would live to be 100 years old. The doctor queried, do you smoke or drink? Nope. Do you gamble, drive fast cars, and cavort with short-skirted women? No, I don't. Well then, said the doctor, folding his arms, why do you want to live to 100? And hello to everyone. We are going free here. It is 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, outside of Mordor on the Potomac, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, and midnight in Moscow, although those times are about to change because we're going to fall back. Since it is autumn, a lovely time of year. It's great to be with you all. A good Sunday evening, Monday morning. Wonderful to see everybody. If you would like to comment over the course of this gathering, and I hope you will tag me as No White Guilt. Make sure you tag me as No White Guilt, so my name will appear and it'll be easier for me to see. You can do that on any of the platforms that we are on. I am surrounded by monitors, and I will do my best to get to what your question, comment may be. You may also financially gift over the course of the gathering, and you can do so by way of rappelling down in the description below and finding the URLs for Cash App, Entropy, and Odyssey. And if you need help on any of those things, the wonderful people in the live chat will help you to get to those things. It's good to see the great Yiz, the Unifier, with us, and everyone who went on her magical, magnificent camping trip. I'm sure we will be hearing all about it in the very near future. The action item to get started here in the gathering today is that Tulsi Gabbard is live, and she's giving a speech. Tulsi Gabbard campaigned for Kari Lake, and we played the Kari Lake audio. We will do that again right now.
The Republican Party is the party of the Latino. It is the party of family. It is the party of faith. It is the party of the American dream. That's what Latinos are about. My husband is Latino. My children are Latino. I'm just a gringo, okay?
Just a member of that shitty white race. That's what Kari Lake is for. Remember, you never vote for anybody who doesn't say our name. The white race, always second-class citizens or less in the West, are about to find themselves not only in just the audience when it comes to Republican events, but it's going to become a Hispanic event, Republican Party. So let me jump on over to our ancillary story of the day, which is a wholesome story. The first honeybees vaccine could protect the entire hive, starting with the queen. The world's first insect vaccine is here, and it could help with stopping a fatal bacterial disease in honeybees. A study published this week on October 17 in Frontiers in Veterinary Science found honeybees born from vaccinated queens were more resistant to American foul brood infection than hives with unvaccinated queens. Not only would the vaccine help to improve colony health, but it might increase commercial beekeeping to make products such as honey and medical wax. That's a very interesting and I think important issue, because for the last, I don't know, how long has it been? Not quite a decade. People have been very worried about the plummeting European honeybee population in the United States. And much of their deaths have been a result of this bacterial infection. And it looks like now they may be able to turn the corner thanks to, my opinion, the white man's, my opinion, science. Great to see everybody here today. There's the great Jerome and Victorian time traveler, White Pride, Joe. We got a great show today. Hehe is here. Jason, did you see Styx used anti-whiteism in a alt-tech exclusive a few days ago as well? And Mark Dice mentioned anti-whiteism a few days ago, claiming some origin story. A few days ago, an origin story. He's been using anti-whiteism now, thanks to us, for quite a little while, but he came up with it on his own. Styx using anti-whiteism, though, have we talked before about him using it? I don't know. But that's a fantastic. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. There's a great Slaughts here, and we are changing the world. And this goes to a conversation that we get into the Go Free segment of the day, Going Free lesson segment of the day, gets right to a very important issue about women sticking together and female leadership, and it's really getting beyond sickening. I mean, I actually feel the throw up in the back of my mouth. The great biospirit of the West is here. Pep is here as well, and so is dear Ladybug is with us. Great to see you. Renault White Wolf is here. Great to see you all. Wonderful. Baldor says Tulsi is reducing race down to skin. That was an audio from Kari Lake, maybe. I played that while that video was on the screen, so maybe you thought that was the audio from Tulsi. But maybe Tulsi did say skin color. Maybe she did. Is that what you're saying? You just saw her say that or heard her say that? Reducing race to nothing more than skin color? Yeah, until she's among, her people. And then it's going to be, we have a culture, we have norms, we have ways, we want to perpetuate ourselves. And then all the white people will say, oh, yes, so happy for you to perpetuate yourself. And then when white guys stand up and good women of the West stand up with them and they say, well, we want to perpetuate ourselves as well. You have all of these anti-whites of various races, particularly these white women, it's most objectionable, that run up and say, no, how dare you? How dare you? With their strident, shrew-ish faces and voices. every single one of them. Anomalous host, great to see you as well. Okay, so it was. Baldor did say it was Tulsi herself. Thank you for that. So what we can do, the action item is, you can head on over to that stream, and I think there's a second one. There might even be a third one that is streaming her speech. Head on over there, jump into the live chat. I'll tell you what I'll do. Tag me as the live chat in the one that I shared the URL for, at least that one, and I will be able to see you come up on the screen, one of my monitors here, and we will celebrate you for doing so. You don't need to financially gift them over there. It doesn't look like they're putting it up on the screen anyhow, or can you? I don't know. But just to say over there that this is the place to be if you want to actually change the world that we're in, rather than typical politics as usual. These are the so-called America First Republicans, now joined by a Democrat in Tulsi Gabbard. And it's the same thing that we've been fed for the totality of our lives, the same thing that our parents were fed, and their grandparents and their grandparents all fed the same garbage. And look at where we are today because of it. Do you want more of where we are today? Do you want more of it? Because if you do, you'll keep supporting the Republican Party in this new iteration of the America First Republican Party. What a joke. Hehe says Tulsi is leaving DNC. They're not anti-white racism. They're of anti-white racism, I guess is what she said. Well, she needs to stop saying racism, of course. That is the ring of Sauron. White people cannot wield it. James says, I remember Marx saying Styx was planned to be on PWR, but it didn't happen. Yeah, something. I don't know what. Fit and healthy at any age is here. And the great 4-0, Promethean hails, brother. Elaine says, Jason and family, I'm getting over a nasty cold, but I'll be listening. So she's recovering with no white guilt. Great to see you. All right, let's get into this story. But I will say quickly, let's do this, share this again quickly. So there it is. There she's talking. Wonder what she's saying. Let's listen for a second.
And it is the courage that comes with that pride. It is having clear eyes to recognize the very real problems that we face. It is clear eyes to recognize the threats to our safety, to our borders, to our communities, to our families and our kids that are coming from today's so-called woke radical.
Okay. So-called woke. So woke is a legitimate concept. When you use their terminology, you legitimize their ideology. So-called woke, because legitimate woke is a good thing. You see what these people are all about? You see how it leads you to perdition? So pathetic. All right, we'll get into Betsy McCaughey over here on the New York Post. Biden's imposing racism. We never use that concept. In everything from housing to healthcare. Betsy seems like she can really be helped out here. So this is over the New York Post. If you want to check out Betsy McCaughey after the gathering today, you can head on over and you can try to send her a message. You can suggest, and we have, and we're going to be talking about in a little bit, more huge lexical and dialectical victories. We just continue to have these, and people continue to show up saying, you can't do anything. You're not doing anything. Wait till you hear from Cupcake later. I'm going to be sharing that in a little bit. You can't accomplish anything with the community, with your community. It's too small. Unless you're a person of color or a favored minority, anti-white, we don't use that meme pathogen. Brace yourself to be treated unfairly by the Biden administration. Now, of course, we do have the great Brant Danger is going to be coming on in the second hour, about 6:15 Eastern time. We'll be talking about School of the West updates. Really looking forward to what he has to say, so you don't want to miss that either. President Joe Biden is pushing racial equity, the meme pathogen, which is very different from equal treatment regardless of race. Racial equity means government will treat people unequally discriminating against whites to equalize outcomes. She's not putting like equalize. She should be putting equalize in quotes. I would not do that anyhow. I mean, this is the typical conservative approach to contending with anti-whites. I'll just be ironic. We're going to equalize them. It's really unequal. We're going to equalize them, but it's really unequal. No, you don't do that because that fails. How much more evidence do you need that it fails? God's sake. Equalize outcome. So for Team Biden, it means closing the wealth gap between the white. Why would you repeat, Betsy? Come on, Betsy, you do good. You not too bad in this article. Why would you repeat their pretexts? Why would you say? I mean, if you found a thief, if you found a rapist raping your daughter in your house, would you, upon telling the story, would you tell folks that, hey, he only came in here because he accidentally entered the wrong house? Would you bother repeating that ever? TJ over there on the Tulsi Gabbard speech says Tulsi is okay, but is she white positive like no white guilt? Jason Kuna? Awesome. 07s for TJ. I got to tell you all something I discovered just the other day. I had heard many times, let's say about maybe 50%. It's very strange. 50% of clips of Nick Fuentes sent to me have included Fuentes telling his follower, like ordering his followers to go into threads and live chats and to post comments about him, and they must include his name. And it never really hit me until the last one that I was sent, where he's actually like in a foul mood, and he's ordering his followers, go into this thread right now. There's a comment at the top that is a good comment, and he read the comment, and it was America first is the best or something like that. And Fuentes was like, but you need my whole name. You need my whole name there. So I'm wondering, how does this guy stay relevant with absolutely nothing, doing absolutely nothing, providing absolutely nothing? How does he stay relevant? That's it. It suddenly became totally clear. He takes his several thousand strong follower base and then orders them to show up in threads and live feeds and to use his name, and then for the others to all like the comment. So it's always at the top. So the comment that ended up getting pushed to the top of this comment that had to deal with Ye, apparently he changed his name legally from Kanye West to Ye, ended up being a comment about the only person more censored than Kanye West is Nicholas J. Fuentes. And they pushed that all the way to the top. That's how this guy stays relevant, who does nothing. That's how he has people that say it's Christ and Fuentes. I mean, we're actually accomplishing things. We're actually changing the world. We're actually changing societal conversation. So that sort of thing is fantastic. Well done, TJ. Raucous emojis for our comrade TJ. We'll get back to this article here. So for Team Biden, it means closing the wealth gap between white and black populations. Who cares what they claim? You may think it's unfair to be forced to pay off other people's student loans after you already paid your own, but Biden's White House actually defends debt cancellation as a way to close the wealth gap between races, citing data showing that 20 years after starting college, the average black borrower still owes 95% of the loan, while the average white borrower has paid off all but 6%. Well, I mean, just mathematically, if you got rid of their debts, they therefore would not be in the red relative to their debt. And so that would benefit them. At the other end of the life spectrum, older people who are white will find it harder to get an appointment with a doctor who takes Medicare. This is true. Everybody who knows a senior or who is a senior citizen, they know that for sure. The Biden administration is forcing physicians to categorize their patients by race. And this is what we've talked about, health equity, which is anti-white. It's a mean pathogen. It means that no white person can be healthier than the sickest non-white person. And by the way, how did we get to the point where there is health equity? How did we get to the point? I mean, could you have gone back 10 years, 5 years, 20 years and told the white people, hey, the day's going to come when the anti-whites are going to be able to make an argument that in effect, where the rubber meets the road, is that no white person can be healthier than the sickest non-white person. And all those white people would have said, oh, no, especially all of these female leaders, especially all of these vagina loyalists. They would say, oh, no, that could never happen. We're fighting them the way they should be fought. The people who are these threats to America and the West. We're fighting them by using all of their terminology and by putting women in charge to fight for us. We're fighting the good fight the way it should be fought. And then here you have 20 years later, 10 years later, 5 years later, and here we're talking about health equity. Does their way work? Obviously not. The Biden administration is forcing physicians to categorize their patients by race and demonstrate they have an anti-race or anti-white plan. The doctors are forced to demonstrate they have an anti-white plan to combat health disparities. Could you imagine how much good Betsy would do, Betsy McCaughey over there, if she just used the lexical and dialectical concepts that we are providing? Plan to combat health disparities. To meet the test, Black patients will be in demand. White ones, not so much. Precisely, as we've been saying for a very long time. Doctors who insist on treating patients as individuals rather than by race will be punished with lower payments. Most doctors are expected to give in to avoid the penalty. Well, exactly. They're going to be looking for not just Black patients. And so that's where Betsy is going wrong again. Just any non-whites, just any non-white people. Blacks are the race in the anti-white narrative that have been angelized, so that when you speak negatively of them, it's like speaking negatively of the child who fell down the well and who has cancer and who is in a wheelchair and on and on. It's like you are the most horrible person ever. You don't fall for this trap of bad-mouthing the most angelized group in Western civilization. Thank God we're here. Thank God we're here to change the dialogue. So it's non-whites. Your family doctor will have to be searching for non-white patients to be able to say, look at all of the anti-white efforts I have made. This is where the rubber meets the road in anti-whiteism. This is our real lived experience. This is what we need to be talking about. If you're white, good luck dealing with the costs of buying a home. Fannie Mae's new equitable housing finance plan will help with appraisals and closing costs, but only if you are non-white, Betsy. Stop beating up on the angelized group, the Black race. Stop it, Betsy. It's going to be extended as it always is in Western civilization to all non-white groups. Therefore, it's not about the non-white groups. It's about victimizing white people. They want to prevent you. Anti-whites want to prevent you from going to the doctor. Anti-whites want to prevent you from being able to buy a house. They need people to give the benefits to when they victimize you. Collateral beneficiaries. Remember that phrase, Betsy. if you're a white company owner who sells, but Betsy is going in the right direction. We can help her. If you're a white company owner who sells to the federal government, get ready to lose business to a competitor who identifies as underserved, marginalized, or disadvantaged. All euphemisms for identity groups. No, this is the same Republican bullshit. Maybe Betsy can't be helped. No, it's non-white groups and these preferential, these groups that receive these preferences, these groups that receive these privileges all the time, that they will call themselves, of course, victimized groups. Those are the people. And it's been that way for a long time. This didn't just get started. I remember, back 2001, I looked at the government programs available to me and found that there were none. There were none. But there were shit tons available to non-whites and women. So this has been around for a very long time. The Biden bureaucracy gives preference to, here she goes with the minorities, mean pathogen, to non-whites in federal procurement. Straight white men can take a hike. So you see, she's got a little bit of hope. Stunningly, the 2021 Medicare payment rules for physicians printed in the Federal Register parrot the language used by inflammatory college professor Ibram X. Kendi, a rabid anti-white hater of the white race. In his 2019 book, How to Be an Anti-White, he said anti-racist, but that's because he's anti-white. Physicians must show a commitment to anti-whiteism to qualify for merit pay from Medicare. They're told it will require, quote, considerable time and resources to prioritize certain populations. How do you do that? The only way to do that will be to turn away white patients. They won't be able to make non-white people sick. They won't be able to make non-white people injured. They will perhaps start making house calls to non-white people. That, of course, will be time that they're not available for you because you're white, for your family members because they're white, for your friends because they're white, because they're Westmen, men, women, and children. That's how they're going to do it. Do you want to continue to use their language to combat them? That's instead of treating all patients the same. Kendi argues that colorblindness sustains racial inequity, the objective all along. And you see that it just gets pushed further. The goalpost gets pushed further and further along when it comes to anti-whiteism. Why? Because the pretexts were always lies. The excuses were always lies. The reasons given were always lies. The real reason is to victimize white people. And now you're getting to brass tacks. Quote from the anti-white Kendi, the only remedy for past discrimination is present discrimination. Can you make it any clearer? Many physicians are horrified, predicting the rule will undermine trust between doctor and patient. No shit. It suggests black patients will get more time with the physician and more non-white patients and more diagnostic tests. Of course. So that'll be another metric that the government, the anti-whites, will look at to judge, are they prioritizing non-white patients over white? Your mother needs the echocardiogram. Your father needs the MRI, but they're not going to be given those tests. The doctor's going to say, I don't think you need them, so that in that metric, which is measuring how many of these diagnostic tests did the doctor write for non-white patients versus white patients, there will be more for non-white patients. If you think that's not going to happen to you, you're an idiot. White patients will worry that they aren't getting an antibiotic or a referral to a specialist because of their race. Not only worry, it will be the case. It will be the case because it's going to mean higher pay from the anti-whites, which is stealing from us to give to the doctors. It's also going to prevent them from becoming scrutinized as not doing enough, for not being anti-white enough. They don't want to be scrutinized for being not being anti-white enough, maybe lose their license and etc. Representative Gary Palmer has introduced a bill banning, this is Alabama, banning the rules, quote, reverse discrimination. I mean, can you believe how absolutely far up his ass his head must be? We need to ban the reverse discrimination. This is what we need to do. Yeah, vote for more Republicans that can't say our name. Like Carrie Lake, who said she's just a white person. The Latinos, they're good people. She's just white. In fact, she's gone out of her way to make sure that her husband is not white and her children are not white. But she's just a white person. What a bitch. 8 states and Do No Harm, a physician organization, are suing to overturn the rule. Stanley Goldfarb, Do No Harm campaign, blasts it for pushing doctors to prioritize some patients over others. Yeah, I'm sure we'll get the best representation from Goldfarb. Critical race theory has no place in healthcare profession, says Missouri Attorney General Eric Schmidt. I have got to tell you, I am so tired of hearing Republicans, rhino Republicans, and their rebel replacements that are really just rhinos over all of these years. I'm so tired of hearing the exact same sentences where they use the verbiage of our victimizers and then they say things like, it has no place here. And then it becomes part and parcel of our society. And then the Republicans just accept it. And then it's the next thing that they'll say, well, this doesn't have any place here. He says he will not allow doctors in his state to be penalized for refusing to bend to extremism. You mean anti-whiteism? And yes, he will. Let me see. Let's jump to the bottom so we can get to the next article. We were warned even before election night 2020 that a Biden administration would trample America's commitment to fairness and equal treatment under the law. On November 1, 2020, Kamala Harris tweeted, "There's a big difference between equality and equity. Fair warning, equity is what we're reeling under now." Okay, Betsy. Federal courts have struck down several of Biden's anti-white programs as unconstitutional. More will likely fall, but in the meantime, don't count on these things going away until we change the dialogue, until we change the story. Because it's an anti-white morality which trumps law, which trumps code, which trumps etc. Biden's push for equity will foment racial hostility not seen in half a century. Oh, that's what we need to do. We, all the white masses, you all just need to be individuals, not have a race, not have an identity, not be a people. And then eventually, you just need to be beyond it. And then eventually, all of these other groups will understand. And we'll all just come together and we'll be barefoot and we'll sing Kumbaya around a big fire. That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. And the only reason that sort of thinking, that sort of illogic can continue is because it is emotion from the minds of females. That's why. It's never enough. A female can't bend over fast enough to give in. And then this same sort of bullshit. We'll just be good and then they'll be good. We'll just be radical individuals and allow ourselves to be trampled, and then they will allow themselves to be trampled. Great-grandparents been falling for this. And we're still losing to it. And it's another crop of females shows up, and you have all of these vagina loyalists and all of these guys who want to be wearing leather, these imps, who want to show up and bend over for them. I might get a little pissed today. I don't know. We'll see. Don't be fooled by the president's rhetoric on Sunday when he commemorated civil rights leaders. They were fighting racial injustice, Biden's not. Oh, the Dems are the real racists. Isn't that right, Betsy? Dumb. Betsy might be able to be helped. And I give my full support to anybody who wants to try to help her get to something meaningful that can actually change our environment. And the only reason I'm saying that now is this sentence here. He's imposing anti-white discrimination on everything, from housing to healthcare. But then she says it's racism by another name. Jesus God. Maybe she can't be helped. All right, let's read. Elite New York City private schools make parents sign anti-racist commitment. Attend anti-racist training. This is real. This is happening. It's not enough. Now, these schools, the important thing you need to understand about these elite private schools, whether New York or elsewhere, same thing's happening all over, is that it's all about connections. That's how you get jobs. It's not about being the best. It's all about connections. And these schools provide connections. It's not even the name of the school anymore. It's just the connections that you get to make. And so now what they're doing at these schools is they're saying, oh, well, you have to, not only the students who come here, but even the parents have to attend anti-white obedience training, have to write anti-white essays for their children to be able to attend, so their children can then have connections and in the business world and then go on to make a bunch of money. Several private schools in New York City are not only requiring students to learn about anti-racism, so anti-whiteism, but are now requiring parents to do the same. The New York Post reviewed documents from 5 private schools in New York City and found that several are instituting optional and required anti-whiteism, they say anti-racism, and diversity, equity, and inclusion anti-whiteism trainings for parents. Obedience trainings for parents, not just students. And you better believe that when their children, they want their children to go on to be able to be a success, have the connections that they had, the kind of people that can afford these schools, and the complaints of their children, etc., that they'll do it. Whole family. I mean, these are anti-white catechisms. These are anti-white oaths, just like we were watching the doctors make. Let me hear again from all of the women out there like Cupcake, I'm going to be talking about a little later, that say we need to continue using the terminology of the anti-whites. Let me hear about how that works. All right, bitch, shut up. At Brearley School, all girls prep school, no surprise there that it would be the all girls schools that would be leading here with their anti-white catechisms. Parents are expected to attend 2 anti-white, and they call it diversity, equity, and inclusion and anti-racism workshops per year. So 2 anti-white obedience trainings per year, according to an application for admission. And make no mistake, when they say it's optional, that means your child doesn't get into the school or your child gets removed from the school if you don't do it. That's what optional means. Just if you're a typical gullible white person. And this is according to application for admission. Additionally, prospective parents are required to write a 500-word essay that explains their commitment to the issue of, quote, diversity, equity, inclusion, and anti-racism. A 500-word essay, parents having to write this. Sickening. More 357 writes, a friend of mine in San Francisco has a special needs son who had to write a paper on his white privilege, which is, of course, the meme pathogen. And the friend eventually moved to San Antonio to get away from it. And Rory's talking about Boris Johnson pulled out a UK Conservative Party electoral race. And Rory's saying democracy died with Boris leaving. I'll have to look at it. I don't know that would necessarily qualify as the whole death, but it probably happened before then. But I'll take a look at it, and you might have warranted hyperbole. Parents of the admitted students must sign an anti-racist statement, which asks parents to commit to several actions, including embracing diversity, equity, and inclusion, admirably demonstrated through participation in school-mandated training, dialogue, and behavior, close quote. This is some sick shit. This is really sick. But more using their verbiage. Let's keep doing that, because that's the right way to fight them. You're going to have these, what were these things called? What were they called? Like struggle session or something like this. Villainy sessions in communist countries, where if you don't submit to the anti-whiteism, you don't submit to it, you're not anti-white enough. The whole, like, all the people closest to you have to berate you and beat you, and that's where we're getting. But yeah, we should keep putting female leaders up there. We expect teachers, staff members, students, and parents to participate in anti-racist training. And make no mistake, the males that they put up there are males that are effectively vetted by females in our society. I mean, that's why we look at them and we call them Mayberry morons. The males are the most gelded males that you have ever seen. Males, I should say, who are office holders, incumbents. They are the most gelded group. No, there is no masculinity. And why is that? Because women have too big of a voice. They have too much power. They have too much say in who's in charge. So it's either going to be a female who is actually born with female genitalia, or it's going to be a male who is gelded, that they have vetted, that they say, okay, I think he's going to be safe enough to be in charge of the children in the nursery room. That's not how you fight for our society. That's not how you defend our well-being. That is not how the law of the jungle works, cupcakes. We expect teachers, staff members, students, and parents to participate in anti-racist training and pursue meaningful change through deliberate and measurable actions. These actions include identifying and eliminating policies, practices, and beliefs that uphold racial inequality in our community. Oh! Shut up. Brearley's website states that it expects parents, students, staff, faculty, and trustees to pursue, like, everyone. It expects everyone. You walk by the school, it expects you to participate in the hatred of the white race. And to pursue meaningful change through deliberate and measurable actions, which include participating in anti-racist training and identifying and eliminating policies, practices, beliefs that uphold racial inequity in our community. This is so female. I feel like I've absolutely been thrust back to kindergarten and having just like all of these females tilt over top of you with all of this tyranny. I was telling Ladybug, the big difference, you can see it, the big difference between the tyranny of the female and gynocentrism, the domination of society by of the female thinking, versus the male, begins when we're toddlers. What does the mother always want to do? She wants to control everything the child does. She wants to control what the child thinks, pad the child up. Nothing can happen to the child. Can never have any freedom because the child might hurt itself or hurt somebody else. The father, on the other hand, is like, let the child become his or her own person. That means there are going to be scrapes. The father, if it's a decent father, is going to preclude like running out into 495 National Beltway, running out in the middle of the highway. But the father is not going to prevent the child from knocking bark off, because that's how you actualize. That's how you grow. That's how you become a person. Not females, though. Andrew Gutman, who pulled his daughter out of Brearley, told the New York Post that, quote, they want parents indoctrinated the same way they want their kids. And isn't that disgusting? Isn't that disgusting? They didn't just start indoctrinating Gutman's children this year. Oh, no, that's been going on for a long time. And so now Andrew's got a problem, though, because he's going to have to write the essays and participate in these trainings, these anti-white obedience trainings. Annual tuition at several of these schools where they are trained, and these are your leadership class. These are, in particular at this school, these are the female bosses that you're going to have to obey and have this kind of training and have their parents go through this kind of anti-white training. What kind of a sick bitch is that going to turn out? Annual tuition at several of these schools is around $60,000. I won't even tell you how long. It would be years for me to be able to pay for one child going there for a year. Chaplain School had a panel discussion intended for parents thinking about applying for their children to attend the school, which focused on the school's, quote, ongoing commitment to equity and inclusion, including our newest community-wide initiatives. Let's see if there's anything else here. I mean, it just goes on. We'll jump to the bottom. It's just more and more. And this is on Fox News. You can look it up yourselves. Elite New York private schools make parents sign anti-racist commitment, attend anti-racist trainings. Some real sick stuff. A spokesman for the schools said the workshop was completely voluntary. We just won't allow you to go to school here anymore if you don't volunteer, because you're being voluntold. Do you understand? Quote, the workshop was designed to educate parents about what they were hearing, not only in the news at the time, but from their children. It was completely voluntary. And if a parent rejected the instruction or the content, their children would be welcome at Horace Mann, the spokesman said. I call bullshit. All right, before we jump to the break, we are going to have a look at the question of the day, the random question of the day. Which is where? Tulsi is still up there, folks. So if you would like to go and head on over to that live chat and say something to get people to come on over. All right. There we have our question from last week. Let's generate a new question. What obscure interest do you have? That is the random question of the day. What obscure interest do you have? We can do better than that. Let's see. What obscure interest do you have? And you may speak to that now in the live chat yourself, and I will speak to it when I come back in a moment. After that, we will bring on the great Brant Danger.
Exactly what people think, and this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
The Salvation Army has recently come under criticism for publishing a guide titled Let's Talk About Racism, replete with anti-white mantras and white guilt propaganda. This handbook endorses and amplifies the anti-white narrative. This publication was sanctioned by an internal anti-white committee that gives itself the lofty name of International Social Justice Commission. Delving into the materials, the book contains an extensive section dedicated to whiteness, an anti-white term dedicated to pathologizing the very existence of Western kind. Included are steps that one may undertake to align with the archetypal goals of anti-whiteism, including, but not limited to, embracing the anti-white superstition known as white privilege, reading anti-white manifestos like White Fragility, and deliberately pursuing white erasure in social or professional circles. Included is a glossary of anti-white terminology, expressly designed to pathologize the existence of Westmen. It is a training handbook for aspiring anti-white zealots that can be summarized concisely with the statement, white people are uniquely guilty by virtue of their existence. The burden of guilt is only directed at white people and sanctions them being made uncomfortable, receiving hostility, and inundating themselves with white guilt. The Salvation Army has since began to backpedal over this hateful document and made a public announcement that it was simply misunderstood or misinterpreted. They duplicitously state the handbook does not endorse racism, the sin which they charge all white people of being guilty in the withdrawn handbook. There is no mention in their public retraction as to whether they do or do not endorse anti-whiteism.
All right, we are back. Let me know if the microphone is okay, and we will proceed. Looks like we have over there on that live chat. Are they replaying an audio of her rather than her speaking this entire time, and they're just running that replay as live? I do see about 300 watching live. I see Carl was over there and said no white guilt. Awesome. Big salute to you. 07 to you. So was is that Dartonic Tech? If you care about white lives and think they matter, then check out No White Guilt's channel. It is live right now. Brilliant, both of you. That is fantastic. If anybody else has said anything, good on you. You didn't tag me. Of course, we had TJ who tagged me as well. Brilliantly done. And I'm telling you, Fuentes doing nothing whatsoever, except aggrandizing himself, has made himself relevant, continue to be relevant long after there was any relevance left in him, by his community, by having his community, browbeating them into doing this, especially when he's live. Okay, so Datomic says, I think they are replaying it. Yeah, it's live, and it's just a feed that is continually replaying. But it doesn't matter. I mean, there are still people watching live, right around 300 watching live. Elaine Sabatino just jumped in over there, said, no white guilt forever. Yeah, that's how we wake these people up. There's another one I don't have up right now, but there's another one of hers that said live as well, and I wonder if they're doing the same thing. Either way. All right. We'll have a look at what you all are saying. Did anybody answer the random question of the day? What obscure interest do you have? I'm going to have to think about that one. I'll take a look at what you all are saying to see if you have said anything in answer to that question. looks like, I don't know if this is, are you hosting right now for Null, or was that last time that either way, I thank you very much for hosting on your channel this stream over there on D Live. God bless you, brother, for everything you do. And we have Western Kind United says, no white guilt. This is over at Odyssey with a financial gift also of a 1 library token. Let's see if this is an answer to the random question or not. I send my congratulations to you, Franklin, Caleb, and Clips, and all the brothers and sisters that are sowing the seeds that lead to the harvest of people's going free and the ultimate recapture of our destiny. God bless you, man. I appreciate that. Thank very much. And I know that Franklin and Caleb do as well. All right, so let me turn around to the live chat on YouTube. And we have to, the great lovely Porge, brilliant man, said that we have to find a new audience from which to draw people. And that audience is actual patriotic folks in our countries across the West. We have to get to these ordinary folks and elevate those who are capable of being extraordinary with our lexical and dialectical victories. We need to elevate them. We need to bring them in. We need to continue striving to insert. And this is, we've changed the world already. That's a very, you all are deserve a grand party in a stadium that the whole world would know about, because you don't change societal conversation with a few, well, the most active, just a couple hundred folks who are the most active at doing this, and not have moved the universe by doing so. I mean, you're talking about billionaires and trillionaires who spend money that you and I can't fathom to be able to insert things into societal conversation. We did that. The level of genius demonstrated, for one, to create the concepts, two, identify how they can be inserted, and three, the actual efforts to insert is as bright as supernova. It is truly remarkable. And so I applaud every single one of you, and you all will deserve, everyone, a statue for those efforts. Ambriel says, hi, Jason, how are you? I wanted to know where the Going Free clubs in Northern Virginia are, because I would be delighted to attend one. Well, Ambriel, I think actually, did you reach out to me someplace else? Are you on Twitter as well? Send me a private message. And thank you very much for the question. David Lee says here, ruthlessly criticizing poor grammar is his answer to the random question of the day, which is, what obscure interest do you have? Ruthlessly criticizing poor grammar. Well, since it seems to be everywhere, that must be one hell of a pastime of yours. Ozark says, I study European DNA tied to known history. That's my obscure interest. Well, fascinating. Anybody else have an obscure interest? Finvara says, medieval battle reenactment. Well, that's fascinating. I've seen that on television, but I haven't, I've never seen it in person before. Medieval battle reenactment. I've known people with all kinds of obscure interests, like ancient medicines and cats and what else? Obscure interest. I had kind of an obscure interest that I guess I will share I think I've mentioned it before. To me, it's quite fascinating. Rory says current school fees at my old school, Harrow School in England, are $50,000. No way I could afford that these days. My God. Are they at the point of forcing parents to participate in anti-white obedience training as well? If not, they'll get there. Biospirit of the West says, I research Mayflower family genealogies. Well, that's interesting. You know what's also interesting? I think you may have said that before we shared the obscure interest. So I think maybe we have a psychic on our hands in Biospirit of the West, folks. Very cool. All right, I don't think anybody else. Mookie Cozy says, will you be taking calls today? I will. So please reach out to me and on Skype, and I will call you. And we will hear what you have to say. Ardent Party is with us, says, hail all, evening Jason. Big Promethean hails to you. Western Kind Art, Speed Runner, so many champions. Southern Bloom, Bros and Bros. White Pride. Clump Sauce, Todd. Pat. The great Franklin is with us. Great to see you, brother. Is Caleb here? I haven't seen him yet. Tia is here. Hello, Coconut. Pete, Art Acrobats. Hoax is here. Great to see so many champs. Let's see. Jason S. says, I collect World War I and World War II stuff and do World War II reenactments. Wow, how about that's cool as well. Obscure interest. The Joneses' obscure interest is Old English language. How about we add a twist to this? What do you think Nick Fuentes' obscure interest is? Anomalous Host says, not so obscure now, but board games. Board gaming is cool. And I've wanted to go into these gaming stores and play the board games, but I'm going to need to find one where it's not horribly anti-white and just sickly looking folks in there. Well, also I need time now. I don't have enough time, but it always looked fun. Nikia says, I'm next level with a yo-yo. I am going to bring a yo-yo on here, and I will do at least one trick that I taught myself. That's cool. People who can do that, it's pretty amazing if you've watched that before. That when they are like real next level, swinging the yo-yo around, knocking people out. That's pretty much what I did when I used the yo-yo. I remember I begged for this yo-yo that I saw, I don't know where. I just begged and begged and begged. And it took batteries, and it lit up with these batteries. And it was heavy. I mean, when I would go down, what is it called when you throw it down? What's it called? When I would throw it and it would hit the bottom, it would like yank my damn finger off. Here's the thing. No warning on this thing. I would bring it back up. It smacked me upside the head, smacked side of my face. And it had punch. I mean, the thing really had weight. It was like the cheap ones were actually easier to do tricks with. Oh yeah, the other thing was that heavy one with the lights had a clutch on it. I don't exactly know. But the cheap ones were actually easier for me to practice on doing tricks with. And I couldn't really set up a way to practice with a yo-yo that was safe. I guess if I could have had access to like a boxing helmet or something of that nature, to maybe the goalie gear hockey. Nobody knows how truly dangerous the yo-yo is until you put it into the hands of a young white man full of testosterone. And then it becomes a mega weapon of death. And then all the women go, oh no, take it away. Female tyranny. Yeah, we hit each other with it. We definitely hit each other with it. I told Ladybug about a game I invented with my brothers called Blood Takers. Blood Takers. Only boys would invent this game. And so what you did was you would take the swords or tridents or anything like this from your little action figures. And of course, these things weren't, the plastic was meant so that you couldn't stab each other and like puncture flesh. So you had to remedy that problem, which meant that you would have to grab very near the end of the point on the sword or the trident or whatever it was. Sometimes there were even like little pistols that the point was sharp enough, little like laser guns. And the whole point of the game was who would give up first. So you would stab each other. You couldn't stab the face or the head. That was a rule. But you could just stab everywhere else. And you would have to shout while you were stabbing each other, blood takers, over and over. Blood takers, blood takers. And then whoever like wimped out and ran away was the loser. That's how it worked. That's how testosterone works. Now, they were like toddlers. They were like, and we played that up for years, blood takers. And I had to be on that game, as with some others, on my knees so that we would be closer, and I wouldn't swing quite as hard. But yeah, we had little like puncture holes all over the place and blood. And boy, my mom would get pissed off and my dad would laugh. So that was the difference. That's the difference when you play blood takers. So if you're going to play blood taker, I mean, that's actually potentially, you know, legally you have to recognize me when we talk about blood takers. when you play blood takers. I think I'm going to actually make that into like a board game, and it's just going to be like you'll open the box and it's going to be tons and tons of swords and guns and daggers from your action figures, tridents, and then you'll know the rules will be there, how you have to. That was the other thing. Since you had to grab near the end so that it wouldn't bend and you'd actually be able to puncture, it really couldn't go very far, you know. So it wasn't like permanent damage or anything. It was just temporary damage. So that was the game I created. That's Little Boys. I created some games. That probably were unwise, but they were fun as hell. And that's what little white boys should be allowed to do. Arden Party says obscure interest is movie prop weapon replicas. That's really cool. We're going to be going to the great Brant Danger, Dean Danger, School of the West. We're talking about schools. And so don't go anywhere. We'll be talking with Dean Danger in just a moment. That's really cool. I have seen that on television before, people who collect movie props, not just weapons, but other things. But the weapons are some of the coolest things, because it's like suddenly you're holding the thing from the movie, that whatever it was, whatever the character was. That's a cool, obscure interest. Victorian Time Traveler, I've been having this running conversation trying to convince this guy that it's anti-whiteism, not communism. It's so tiresome that he thinks he knows more about the topic than I do. I know, brother. I know exactly where you're coming from. It's ridiculous that what these people do, and that's what I'm going to be addressing in a bit in the Go Free lesson of the day, is you have these people who, and it's totally a white thing in my opinion, and it's a non-starter in every case, where they say, I want to take the facts on the ground. Also, I think there's an intellectual ceiling, and for folks, and they hit this midwittery, and some of them are maybe like uber midwits, so maybe they're 110, 120 IQ or something like this, but they hit this intellectual ceiling and they can't go beyond. So what they want to take all of the what they can incorporate and hold for any given moment for analysis, which isn't everything. And so it's very problematic. I'm not saying to go down that path anyhow. They want to take that, and then they want to divest it of reality, and it's where it intersects with us and our well-being. How much sense does that make? How much sense does that make? And that's what they do. And so that's what he's saying, in some sort of like purely clinical environment. But he'll make the statement, it's communism or it's anti-whiteism, or communism is not under the rubric of anti-whiteism, which of course it is in our lived experience and where it intersects with our well-being. But you also have a faulty definition of what's anti-white in these people. Sometimes it's so, I feel like having to deal with other people's level of intelligence is like trying to run through molasses. And I mean up over head height in it. It's unreal. I know exactly what you're saying. Rory says, when I was at prep school, we built tree houses and we defended them with handmade wooden spears. We also used dustbin lids as shields. Awesome. That is totally awesome. Very cool. I remember my little brother had a ceramic mug, writes Victorian Time Traveler, that fit perfectly over his fist. And he would punch with it when we would play fight. He called it Iron Fist. Wow, that is cool as well. And we know the moms out there are just hurting something fierce. Art Acrobats, my interest is in gargantuan animals and humans existing in the past. That's fascinating. You could talk on this obscure interest all chat long. If you would like to add your bit, we're going to be going to Brant Danger right now. But that's really fascinating. Rory, did we play Conkers in the USA? I'm gonna have to look that up again to see if there's a different name for it here. Axis Mundi, my obscure interest is ancient Greek history, myth, and religion from a white positive perspective. Isn't this fantastic? The obscure interests here range from things that are just totally cool to things that are relevant to our well-being. Could you imagine asking that same question in an anti-white environment? Their obscure interest would be like how many genders they could be. I'm really interested in researching the total number possible of genders. Rory's obscure interest is dominoes and tiddlywinks. I guess that's obscure. Yeah. Axis Mundi, I was hoping I could do a call today, as was discussed last week. Yes. Go ahead and send me a message now over there, and we will get a call to you without question. All right. My obscure interest is ants. I've always been very interested in ants and keeping ant colonies and how they do what they do. They farm, how they do that. They wage war, how they do that. They tend to their sick, how they do that. I was most interested in the I guess the most polymorphic species of ants. And for many years, I tried to start an ant colony. I had ant farms where they send you ants in the mail, but it's illegal to send a queen. So these are always just inevitably going to die. They come to a conclusion, which you want in one of those ant farms that you can buy, because you can't clean that mess out, and it does get messy. So those were fascinating to me. But my favorite and very popular in this area are the carpenter ants, known as Camponotus, and they're very polymorphic. So you have a lot of different sizes. They can be quite tiny, and those are the smallest ones are the ones that take care of the brood inside the nest. And they can be a little larger and then a little larger than that. And those are foragers. Those are workers. They dig tunnels. They go out into the world and they collect food, and they farm. They farm inside the colony, inside the nest. They will grow fungus and even seeds, and they will farm aphids and some worms the same way that we farm cattle. So they will take care of them. They will protect them. This is true. I'm not kidding. And they will milk them. The worms are actually trapped inside the nests, and they leave an opening to feed them, and an opening to take away their waste and to access their milk. For example, the aphids have honeydew, and they'll protect them from things like ladybugs who will eat them, or that will eat them. Other ant colonies that want to carry them off and then use them effectively as their cows. And I watched. I was lucky enough to witness several gigantic wars, and I'll share that some other time. We're going to be Brant on in just a minute. To watch several wars, if you will, of different ant colonies. And I was never able to, when I was a youth, I found a queen and started a colony, and I think she had 3 ants before they all finally died. And I didn't know what the problem was then. I figured out when I became an adult that it was a humidity level. But I ended up as an adult purchasing a formicarium, the same kind they use at university to study ants and other insects, and found a queen and started a colony, and it lasted over a year before the colony failed, and probably failed. So there was a whole bunch of ants. Oh, I didn't mention that Campanatus also has these giant warrior ants with massive heads and massive mandibles. Very cool stuff. But that's probably my obscure interest. I don't have one now. I did when I was a youth. I actually prepared, living in my parents' house. Again, lots of testosterone, being a male child. And I decided, you know what I want? Is I want the ants to be able to take care of themselves. That would be optimal. So I would have a colony inside, but then they would be able to access outside the house. So I remedied that by drilling a hole in the wall of my parents' house. and I stuck a tube through the hole so that the tube would connect to the colony inside the house, and then they'd be able to go outside through the tube outside the house to go forage and to go, etc. But mother wasn't very happy about that. But it is what it is. And with that, we're talking with the great Brant Danger for the next 30 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, Dean of School of the West. This, every day in America and across Western civilization, the education of our children becomes more important. Every single day, it becomes more important. And that means School of the West becomes more important. You can participate. You should participate. You can contribute to the school. You can also help to advertise the school and the work of Brant Danger so that we can bring more people to this awareness and then participation at School of the West. And here he is, folks, the one and only, the great Brant Danger. How are you doing, brother?
Doing pretty good. Can you hear me okay?
Perfectly, man. Perfectly. It's great to see you. And we are very eager to hear this update. But before you get to the update, anything you want to share? Any thoughts going through your head and obscure interest?
Yeah, when I saw the comments about people having, shooting each other with BB guns and having fights and that kind of stuff. When I was a kid, part of the heroes that I admired growing up is I watched Indiana Jones, and I watched The Man from Snowy River. So I decided that I wanted a bullwhip. So I bothered my dad for a long time until I got a bullwhip. And then I went out in the driveway and I practiced every day for weeks and weeks and weeks. And the neighbors probably thought I was an idiot and I was irritating because I was making a lot of noise. And you don't crack the whip until you get it past the speed of sound, and then you can crack it every time. So I was out there cracking the whip, crack, and myself a lot, smack myself a lot. It really hurt, but I kept doing it. And then I thought I was good, and I would knock things off of a fence or whatever, and I'd have my sister hold something, and then I had her put something on her head one time, and I missed, and I smacked her across the face, and then that was the end of that. Of my little sister helping out with that.
God.
Yeah. So anyway,
with a bullwhip. Oh my God.
It just brought up the memory. Well, it wasn't going full speed. I was just trying to knock it off. That's all. So anyway, good times.
Yep, good times. Well, it's with that sort of ambition and gumption, ladies and gentlemen, that Brant has sought against the current of anti-whiteism to build a school of the West. He's done a magnificent job. We're so proud of him, brother. What's been going on with School of the West?
Okay, well, I guess there's a few things that I have to update since last time we talked. Our resident EMT medical expert, he's put together a short series on the history of medicine. I just haven't put that on the website yet. So it's basically the history of Western medicine, because it's Westmen that have created medicine, starting way back from the ancient Greeks up to the modern times. He also goes over a little bit of the malpractice and the misunderstanding about medicine that we have today, and how people put too much faith in doctors, like doctors are going to heal everything. And people resort to drugs when they shouldn't do that. And sometimes pharmaceutical companies push something and the government says it's okay, and then they push that on people. I think we know what we're talking about there. And the Food and Drug Administration doesn't actually do any research into what they approve. The research comes from the other company, and then they just stamp it. So he goes into a little bit of, here's what's actually going on behind the scenes. So we've got history of Western medicine. There's another guy in North Carolina who was a high school teacher. Go ahead. 1 second.
Are you going to continue with more medicine, or?
Well, that's up to him what he wants to do. I talked to him about I want to do a series, or at least do a few lessons on the difference between what people think the government is doing and what it's actually doing. Like when the government says this is what's happening, what is actually happening? How do we see through that? And not to be depressing or to be overly critical, but say, look, if you want to put all of your trust in a government, you can, but if the government is lying to you, bad things are going to happen. So here's just a quick list. Here's a quick run through of bang, 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 all of these things that have happened just in the past 50, 60 years or so, where the government said one thing was happening, but something else was actually happening. Sometimes people found out about it quickly. Sometimes it took several years for it to come out. Sometimes all the information has never come out. We don't know what's happened. So to my thinking, I don't want to do that, again, just to complain, but to kickstart people into realizing that at a certain point, you're going to have to start thinking for yourself. You're going to have to realize that people aren't necessarily going to be telling you the truth all the time. And how do you go about deciding whether some people are telling you the truth or not? How do we navigate our lives when we're inside of these structures already? We're just born into this. And a lot of us are realizing that our governments are either corrupt or they're inept, or it's a mixture of that together. How do we have happy lives? How do we take care of our families and the things we want to do, and learn how to use a bullwhip, etc. As all this, while all this other stuff is happening? It just kind of like, to me, it's like, a part of growing up, but it's not
Yeah.
like growing up as an individual. It's growing up as a race. It's growing up as an
Right.
entire society.
I think this is really great because it's both this medicine and education we have with both of these stories we started today was education and medicine and what anti-whites are doing to us. This is so important, folks. These things come together so beautifully like this, sometimes because I intend them. Sometimes it's because God is clearly on our side. And that's why we need to be talking about these things. School of the West is a great place for that conversation to be had. All right, brother, what's next?
All right. There's a retired teacher from North Carolina who has worked by himself, and he's putting together a very robust series about Southern history that's going to culminate, I believe, in the War for Southern Independence. And he started it with some of the colonies pre-American Revolutionary time. So I've been gathering together, curating that information that he's put together, and I'll need to be contacting him some more to get a little bit more information, a little bit more background information on exactly how to present the videos. And he also has a lot of the teaching material that you would want for teaching. Here's the reading that goes with it. Here's the assessments. So that'll go in the history section as well. And I'm excited for that. One of the things that we've been talking about that we haven't started on yet, and a couple of our guys, John Malt and Lovely Porridge, came up with these ideas originally, and it fits in with something that I've wanted to do for quite a while, is have a sportsman series, a Western kind sportsman series, or a Westman, a West Sportsman, or whatever you want to call it. But it's not going to go into a lot of detail because we don't want it to be something that is information intensive, but it's going to be more inspirational. Because one of the facets that I want to promote or that I want to push on the site is to have a lot of that high testosterone material for our boys. They need, if they don't have those role models in their life, they need to be able to access it somewhere. They need to see all the heroes that we have had and that we have now, successful we have been in different physical achievements, different physical disciplines. So I don't know how long those will take, but those will eventually go on the site. One of the things that Porridge brought up is we need to have a high production value, which is not something that I can do right now. Right. So we'll have to figure out a different way to do it so it looks more professional. It's not just kind of slapped together, because I think we realize over time is, if you want to go outside of the website here and reach other people, you need to put together something that's going to be visually attractive, people will respond to. And they might respond. Maybe we have something on Prefontaine, or we have something on the Klitschko brothers, or we have something on Rocky Marciano, or we have something on these different things, or Arnold Schwarzenegger. You want to have stuff that's visually appealing. It puts a message out there. It's a role model for boys. And then, you go on to the next thing. Perfect. So that's something coming down the pike.
Nice.
Yeah, I think that'll be good. Also, I am working, or just started working, with an individual who is in South Africa on the series that I've talked about before. He's extremely busy. We finally had our first meeting. And the way that the classes are going to look, or the series is going to look, is there's a conversation between myself and this other individual. And we start with the founding of South Africa, and then we'll move forward through time, and we'll get into the gold mines and the diamond mines and the conflicts with the different tribes, and then the English showing up, because the English have different reasons which leads to the first Boer War. And then later on, they realize these Boers are on this ground, which is incredibly valuable, maybe the most valuable ground on the entire planet right now, as far as the gold and diamonds go. So, hey, guess what? We need to have that land now. So we're going to come take the land from you, and we're going to fight.
Right.
And then it goes on into the founding of Rhodesia, and Rhodesia and South Africa being loyal to the UK in the different world wars and some other conflicts they had, but then basically being betrayed by the UK and most of the Western societies. And also, one of the things I want to focus on is, why was apartheid instituted? What did it really do? What were the costs and benefits of it? Is it something that had to have been done? Is it something that didn't need to be done? Could it still continue to this day?
Mhm.
What were the factors inside and outside the countries that broke them apart? What was going on in Rhodesia? Rhodesia is an extremely interesting story. So there's a lot of material, and it will take time. And the biggest block right now is having time when I'm free and he's free, so we can put this information together. So after we go over several months of having these conversations where I will ask him questions that will lead him through this series, then I will take those audios and I'll put them into videos with either maps and or images which support what we're talking about. And then I'll write text for that as well, or assessments or whatever that needs to go along with it, like a normal lesson series. And then also I'm doing the white well-being classes right now, and doing
Cool.
one for the youth, one for the teens. For the youth, it's just basic introduction to ancient Greece, ancient Rome, medieval time periods, like I said before, Beowulf, King Arthur, learning about what Western kind means, what does a biospirit mean, what are the realistic differences between races, between different people, why are we different, what happens when you force different races together that have different biospirits, and then end up with the game of, is it anti-white or is it all right? Okay, and
Nice.
let's look at these different things and recognize what's happening here. And little kids, they get this really, really quickly. They pick it.
I love it.
They know what's going on. And then for the teen class, I spend a while on corruption and a little bit of time on globalism, just to give a little bit of a background on what is anti-whiteism, or where does it stem from, or why is this arisen now? Why is it so prevalent everywhere? I talk about some specific leaders that were good leaders, leaders that were bad leaders, so we can see different examples of leadership, and what are the long-reaching negative effects if someone makes bad decisions in a government position where someone is extremely powerful and extremely influential. If they mess up there, how long and in how many different ways does that hurt us throughout history? And it's important to be able to look back in time and see these things so we can see where we are now. Not because it's important to memorize this stuff, but it's important to use history as a model to understand where we are now and predict where we're going to go. So if history is taught that way, if it's used as though it is something that we can look at and we can use like a tool, I think it's totally appropriate and it should be taught. The way that history used to be taught when I was in high school and earlier grades, it was horrible because you're just memorizing facts and dates. And I remember the Teapot Dome scandal and something else, but I don't remember anything about it. I just remember the name. And then I'm also in the teen class. I go over group well-being leads to individual well-being. Then I talk about some of the changes that happened in America, starting in the early 1900s, going through the 1970s, with the push for individualism and feminism, and some of the other type of governments that were prevalent around the world during World War II. Why was there a little bit of conflict there? How does it affect America? Because this is, and how does it affect America, and how does it affect Western kind? Because I'm not just talking about America. A lot of the things that I use American examples because I'm most familiar with them, but I also use examples from other countries as well. And then how do I end up with that? Oh, I also talk about the Solutrean migrations in both the youth class and the
cool.
And the teen class. Only because it's something that is important, not necessarily for just historical reasons, but for psychological reasons. And it is another example of knowledge which could be out in the public. It could be pushed out into the public, and there could be more scientists talking about it, but they're not. So
Right.
this is one of those teaching moments where you can say, okay, here's this information. Here is the evidence of what happened. But how come the scientists are not talking about this? Why aren't they doing that? Why aren't they going? 1.2 miles off of the East Coast where the Solutreans settled and lived, and dredging that up to get all of that evidence? How come they're ignoring it?
Right.
Well, by the time I get to the Solutrean part in the teen class, anyone who's in the class, they can answer that. They understand what's going on. They understand what the anti-white narrative is. And one of the things that have been pushing this time in the anti-white narrative is, our people become extremely confused, maybe a little irritated, a little depressed when we want to present facts to anti-whites or the bigs or the normies or whatever they want to call them, because we think, hey, I'm red-pilled now. I know what's going on. I was wrong about all these things. I'm just going to present all these facts to these guys, and then they're going to be on my side too, and it's all going to be cool.
Yeah.
But what I point out to them is, this is all about psychology. It's not necessarily about facts. And
yeah,
a guiding principle that I say, so that they can give them a starting point for the main pathogens, is that anti-whites don't care about the facts, and they don't care about truth, and they don't care about reality. Okay, that is secondary to what they're doing. Their primary objective is to hurt you. Now they may be coming from different angles. They may have slightly different motivations for doing that, but their primary objective is to be able to hurt you. So when they make this statement, you have white fragility, what is white, you are racist, etc., you do not engage them on that statement, because that's not the level that they're actually communicating at. They're trying to hurt you. So you use the lexicon, you use the dialectic. It's a counterattack. You address their actual motivations as opposed to what they're saying, and you start breaking through there. So the people who are in the class, they can use this for themselves, and then they can also teach this to other people. And I'm letting them know, if someone brings up some points saying that, oh, we need to do this now, or we need to fight this way, or we need to do these other things, or make a poster or whatever, I tell them, you can do those things on, or our people can do this in 5 years or 10 years or 50 years or whatever, when they're ready to do it. But it's not for us to do right now, because we don't have enough people together that understand this. So you've got to wake everyone up first. It's a psychological battle, and we think in words. So that's where we're using the words. So most of the people that are listening to me right now, you guys already know this, but I'm just, putting this out there again for anyone who's not familiar with it.
Brilliant. Is that our update? Is that everything that you wanted to share?
Yeah, in general, that's the update. Yeah, I can talk about more things, but those were the 5 categories that I could think of that I wrote down on my notes.
Brilliant.
As I was listening to your story about the ants. And I guess the other thing that I'll say is that the white well-being classes that I'm doing, I do those live on Fridays now, because that's the only time I have. I'm also making another version of those and then putting them in an account somewhere, so people who aren't in class will have access to it. And as I was learning the new software so that I could do that, I realized, you know what, most of this stuff I need to put into a lesson format anyway and put that on the website. And also, I think something that I've said to you before, there's only going to be a certain amount of people. If I'm doing this in smaller live classes, it's going to reach people, and the quality of the learning is going to be high, because there can be interaction there. But it needs to reach as many people as possible. So when I can get this stuff kind of massaged into a form which is similar to what you might see in a public school or the university or something like that, where things travel along in a progressive order, and I have the time, I'll put these on the website as well. So there'll be classes kind of like in a little bit of history and psychology, and things will be melded together. And again, it'll be the type of material that our children should be getting in school, but is the last thing that they're going to find in school.
Right. Yeah. In fact, they're going to be getting the opposite. Now, this sort of material, just so folks understand, This is supplemental that can be for homeschooling supplemental, but also supplemental for public schooling, private schooling, religious schooling. All of this can supplement all of that. And in addition to that, you offer specific classes that you are giving. So folks should be aware of that when they consider these resources and the value that is available there. They have to understand what they're going to be able to pull out. It is. I saw Franklin share the address in the live chat, folks, so you can find it there. But schoolofthewest.world, and if you have children or you have friends with children or family with children, and in fact, I don't know who it was, somebody in our community, an adult, said that he's availing himself of the information there. There's great information there over on schoolofthewest.world. Reach out to these people in love and let them know that this supplemental material is there and that this will only benefit their children. They're white, they're going to be taught to hate themselves, irrespective of how much look at how much you can pay for these private elite schools for your children to go there to learn to hate themselves vehemently. And in the one school, they even had to draw back for now, one of these elite schools, draw back for now, that they had a day where the white children had to say in what ways that they benefit by being white. And of course, that is to say that they're evil by being white, and that to be fair, they have to step aside, they have to sit down, they have to shut up. This is a pernicious disease. We used to be able to say it was insidious, but it's clearly now, I think, blatant to everybody who is worth carrying on in the gene pool. Everybody else, they could just die off. It is visible, and we need to stop playing these female patty cake games with anti-whites. The most important, the thing that's being fought over, the most important person is that young white boy and girl. We need to be there for them. And Brant Danger, as you can see, is methodically advancing toward a greater complete and effective tool for our parents, those who are caregivers taking care of children, whether you're the parent or not. It is available there. You may also participate in this. You may also, if you have skills, as Brant started off talking about, this, I guess, was a former EMT, that you can participate and you can give your knowledge, pass that on to our young the way it should be done. The white race has been white guilted into giving everything away to the world, even to countries and to peoples who want to absolutely obliterate us, biologically white erase us from planet Earth. It's time to keep these things in, pass them on to our young so that they are empowered for their futures in a world where they are going to be a very hated, dwindling minority, and they're going to have the strength of our story and a proper understanding of our history inoculated with the Go Free method. But Brent, what thoughts would you like to share before we let you go on the things I just said? People participating, people able to bring their kids in. How can people advocate for you and School of the West to bring people into the sphere, the circle of the school, and to actually hire you for classes?
Well, first of all, they can email me at contact@schoolofthewest.world. That email address is on the bottom of every page on the website, or almost every page. And if there's anyone who has a specialty or something that they want to share, they can contact me and we'll see if that's a fit. Usually it's going to be a fit. One of the big regions, if you can scroll up just a little bit, that I'm in need of, on the right there, it says self-sufficiency. I've got a little bit of stuff on there. I actually got a video from you on there, changing the Freon in the car.
Oh,
so
cool.
Yeah. So people working on vehicles, fixing things around the house, making clothes, mending clothes, cooking, raising chickens, that kind of stuff, etc. The self-sufficiency doesn't mean like you're the prepper and you go off and you live by yourself. That's not what that means. Self-sufficiency, what I'm referring to there, is learning how to do some things for yourself that as an adult you should be able to do, or that you could do, so you don't have to go and pay other people to do that. Some of the things are very simple. People don't know how to do. So if the reason I'm talking about this is if a person has a habit or a hobby, something that they like to do, which is productive, let's say that you macrame things, or you fix widgets or whatever. Well, let me know about that. We can put that on there. That's going to be something useful for our people. I've also had, like I said, that guy with EMT, amateur bodybuilder. I have some teachers, experts in math, different types of engineers, all sorts of people have given me material that I can put on there. The other thing too that I want to address, sometimes I'll get emails from parents and say, hey, this is good, this is exciting, but like, what do I do, or what's going on? The website is being built as the material comes in. So it doesn't have the same material that you would get if you enrolled your kid in a class in school. And here's what you get for, science, math, reading, etc., all the way through. Now, over time, again, methodically, as I have the time, I'm going to have another page on there that will be linked from the top. It will have information for parents that want to homeschool. Here's the places that you go to in each state, so you can find the rules for homeschooling. And then here is a breakdown by the grades, what you're supposed to learn generally in science in the US, and I can do that for UK or Australia or South Africa, whoever wants to give me that information. Here's what you have to learn in math. Here's what you have to do for as far as reading and writing goes, etc. And then here's a course of study. So if you want to teach your kid, third grade here, here's the links to the different pages on the website to teach them this in ELA. Here's for math, and here's science, and here's some making maps or history or something like that. So they will have a place that they can go to, and it makes more sense, because I realize that there's stuff on there that's interesting, but the parents have to kind of like go through everything right now and pick and choose what they want. So that I understand what needs to be, and I just don't have the time to do all of that yet. And it'll get a little bit better and a little bit better as we proceed forward in time.
Awesome. Well, brother, I thank you so much. And Brant, ladies and gentlemen, is an epic hero for white well-being. He's a great man. He's a fair man. And he is approaching this with love, hope, and redemption. He always has, since I've known him, since he came into white positive sphere, and fit perfectly. This School of the West, it is one of the most loving things a person can do. He's here being a troll slayer week in and week out as well. And we salute you, brother. We hope that fantastic people will reach out to help you, and that many people will hire you to help educate their kids, so that we can get away from being just the victims in this anti-white narrative, and to truly being the heroes in our own story, brother. So big salute to you. Thank you for coming on, and we will have you whenever you have anything you want to share.
Okay. Right on.
All right, brother. Bye-bye now.
Bye.
Promethean hails.
Yes. Hail Prometheus.
That's our great Brant Danger, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to take a very short break. We're going to come back. We have the Go Free lesson of the day, and I'm going to be talking about Maloney, Mama Maloney, and why are so many people still excited about her? We have a message, and I want to get into the weeds a little bit about the questions that are asked, because the guy asking the questions is a good guy. He seems like a real good guy. So it's no disparagement of him to address these things, but he actually ends up asking some questions in his comment about Maloney that are representative of a lot of the sentiment of people in the white sympathetic sphere, both those explicit and implicit, that we have to address. We're not going to be able to, bottom line, we're not going to get better. We are not going to get better as a people and be able to recapture our destiny if we continue infected with these meme pathogens that cause us to submit to female domination. And so maybe we'll talk about the war of the ants when I come back as well. A lot more to share. We're going to be taking your calls and comments. And the first thing I'll do when I get back is I'm going to read those financial gifts. So if you've gotten a financial gift in or you want to, I'm going to be speaking to those in just a moment. Happy Halloween and white well-being. All right, now that everybody has left, the live viewer count has plummeted. Who knows what's going on with the anti-whites? But we're going to jump on over to the entropy where Tall Kevin has been waiting for some time. Let's see. I'll take a quick look also at, we put up a new action item. Tulsi is live on, I think it's a CNN channel I dropped up there in the live chat pinned to the top. They have, I think that has over nearly 500 people watching. Over on the one that we were heading over to, Art Acrobats, the main problem is anti-whiteism. Check out No White Guilt's channel for answers. Thank you so much. 07 to you, brother. Let me scroll down some. Elaine Sabatino, check out Jason of No White Guilt live stream every Sunday at 2 p.m. Pacific time. Thank you so much, Elaine. No White Guilt forever. She also says, Tony says, watch No White Guilt. And he also names another content creator. Tulsi coming to the based side. She's coming on over. Well, let's hope. Let's hope she gets away from where she has been, and especially today, saying that race is skin. It's far deeper than skin deep. Somebody, Michael, over there asking, what's this No White Guilt about? Yeah, precisely. We're creating the talk. We're creating the buzz that people will respond to. And so we can move on over to this other 500 live chat watching audience. Maybe we can bring some of those folks to asking, what is this No White Guilt stuff all about? And you know what you can also do? You can head on over to these live chats. And once somebody has dropped something about No White Guilt and me and the work that we're doing here, you can act like you're one of their audience members that just checked it out. Hey, I just checked out this No White Guilt guy, and looks really awesome. He's actually live right now. We also, Elaine came back again, and she answered Michael, saying, check out Jason's channel. That's fantastic. Thank you so much for that, Elaine and everybody. Let me see if I can pull that one up over here so I can have that one as well up, and then I can see if any of you tag me. And it looks like Franklin already has jumped over there. And he writes, Tulsi needs to oppose anti-whiteism. Well done. Check out Jason Kuna of NWG. He gives a thumbs up. And Lunder from Down Under's over there. Epic to see you too, brother. He says, I'm hearing a lot of talk about this No White Guilt guy. Don't know what's that all about. Gonna check it out. I have a hunch that Lunder's going to come back and be like, wow, epic. Art Acrobats just showed up over there. Channel is live right now. I salute all of you. Azimuth Clark, I've been watching No White Guilt for years. He's the real deal. That is awesome. It's saying right now 366 watching live. I don't know. Is it just me, or is it also anybody conservative whose live viewer numbers are, wow, our live view, according to what I'm seeing right here, just went even further down. YouTube, anti-whites. It's a fun game. Tall Kevin 87, financially gifting $7. Thank you, good brother. He says, feeling thankful for being able to capitalize on some great opportunities, channeling the spirit of the West lately. That's awesome. The spirit of the West absolutely is alive in Tall Kevin. And definitely the spirit of the West is alive and talking loud. And Yiz, the unifier, looks like she has 1, 2, 3, 4 financial gifts we're going to be getting to in just a moment. Finish up with what Tall Kevin wrote here. He says, time to gain the initiative, exclamation point. Keep up the white positivity, everyone. Amen to that, dear brother. Well said. And I can absolutely attest to the spirit of the West being alive and strong and loud in Tall Kevin 87. Yiz the Unifier coming in with a $3 financial gift. God bless you, sister. My camping trip was a stupendous success. We were blessed with perfect weather and spent the whole weekend enjoying a pristine landscape and putting thousands of rounds down range. This is one of 4 messages. God bless you. That is awesome. Yiz the Unifier. Number 2, with another $3 financial gift. She writes, friends, from 3 white sympathetic circles came together to celebrate white well-being. I spent many hours around the campfire explaining the practice of the Go Free method with epic efficacy! Exclamation point. We know she did. We know there's no bluff there. We know there's no hyperbole there when it comes to Yiz. Awesome, Yiz. Might have to have you on next week to talk about it. That is really cool. And again, now here we are, 3 of 4, financially gifting another $3 this channel. Let's go ahead and get out 07s for Yiz. And for everyone who attended, specifically those from our specific sphere and white positivity, God bless you all. Raucous emojis, 07s for everyone. 07s for everyone. Another $3, she writes, Nathan Lentini was there. Reptile and his wife were there. I met them. They are the coolest people. Myself and 2 others who are going free had enriching discussions with the others about not just the lexicon, but why going free as a practice leads to, and then final financial gift here of $25 US. $25. Thank you so much, Yiz. And she wraps up the story here, says, leads to healing as well as success in all social and intellectual pursuits. Tomorrow on my channels, there will be a celebration stream and an upload of videos from the trip to showcase the pristine forest, glorious lake, and white fellowship. Oh, that sounds good. Including a first ever face reveal of Reptile. Wow, how about that? A legendary success for the unifier, Kip. Keep it Promethean, Kip indeed, sister, and everybody. How about that? You're going to get to actually see Reptile in the flesh. Wonderful human being, the whole family, great folks, good people. Very talented guy, dedicated to white well-being, another champion. How about that? Truly marvelous. And I don't know if the others did not want to be named, so who were from this community that showed up, but big salute to them as well. 07. I am so glad this went off as beautifully as it did, that the weather was perfect for every single one of you. White fellowship. We're going to have to keep that term going. White fellowship. Indeed, a pristine force, pristine time, and what an amazing human being that Yiz the Unifier is. The Unifier, that's what it'll say along the base of her statue. God bless you. Thank you for the financial gifts, deeply. Thank you so much for that. And we will swing around now and see. I wanted to be. We'll have to make it next time. And throwing all that lead downrange, that is fun as well. Let me take a look at Cash App, and we have our dear sister, I Love Jesus Christ, financially gifting $10 US. Bless you, sister. And as always, she says with those $10 words that are some of the most meaningful for white well-being. Art Acrobats got in here as well. So happy to have you again over here on Cash App, dear sir. $6.62. And he writes here, 6 killed, 62, 6 killed, 62 injured. Life sentences for Darrell Brooks. Life sentence for Darrell Brooks. This is the anti-white terrorist, Darrell Brooks. And you all will probably recall, is relevant, that it was here first that he was identified as an anti-white terrorist. There were all kinds of other names given to him at first. And in this community, we identified him as an anti-white terrorist. And I specifically said, we need, and this was right after it happened, not days later. And we said, we have to refer to him all the time as an anti-white terrorist, nothing else. Not an agent for jaywalkers, not a consequence of X, Y, or Z, but not whatever ideology he claimed, an anti-white terrorist. And it did end up catching on enough that we actually had another lexical victory, of course, reaching out more than just more than just saying things into the void, but actively going out and inserting them. A population around us that told me and has maybe told some of you as well that, oh, that can't work. And then when it has worked, they said, you didn't do it. But we're going to keep pressing forward because we're the people with class, with character, the heroes of our age and our story, and we are succeeding. God bless everybody who had a great testimonial, words to share. And I want to see if we have any more over. ElRonDur says, No White Guilt is making a lot of sense. I encourage folks to check him out. De Novo says, No White Guilt, Yiz the Eunuch, No White Guilt is an awesome channel. The dude makes a lot of sense. It's fluctuating between, it looks like 340 and 380 on what I'm looking at. These people are hearing for the first time about the Go Free method, which is merely a simple set of tools, lexical, dialectical tools that anyone can learn to go free of this anti-white narrative that the anti-whites have trapped us in. There's the unifier over there herself, Yiz the Eunuch. No White Guilt is a great channel. He helps white people heal and know to speak positively about themselves. Isn't that beautiful? Jason S. said, No White Guilt. Bertie Bassett is over there. Who's No White Guilt? I'll go check him out. This is fantastic. This is so fantastic. Think of the difference with this community of doers and that other community where the leading personality, the only one that's allowed to be a personality, orders folks around. No, go over there. My name's got to be in it. I need everybody to go over there now and give it likes. Think about the difference. Those people are all nameless shadows just doing his, and I feel so sorry for those followers. I feel so bad for them that they're just like riffraff to this guy. But here they're champions. Here you are knights of the round table. Here you are your own living legendary heroes in service to white well-being. Every single one of you. Everybody who acts with heroism for white well-being, with white positivity, is on the stage. And we all celebrate and applaud, genuinely celebrate and applaud. God bless everybody. There's the great Nancy Drew. Hey, Rick is here. Let me go ahead and let's see if we can force YouTube to allow the numbers, the live viewers, to go back up. Let's see if we can by sharing there. And if there are any other live chats that are really active right now that are out there, let me know, and we'll make those an action item as well. Oddly enough, it's also showing only 2 over on Entropy. So, and they're getting their info from YouTube in my case. So I wonder if that's actually true. But let's go ahead, and I'm going to get into the Go Free lesson of the day, and we're going to talk about, this guy's a good guy, so I don't want to, I'm not throwing shade on him. So his name is James, and he writes here. Let me get some coffee from my upgraded mug. The upgraded mug where you can see I'm drinking coffee in the picture that I put on my mug. And in that picture, I'm on a flag drinking coffee behind me. So I want to say hello to New York Redneck, who said he likes the term white positivity. Thank you so much. Stick around, man. We are the patriots. We are the healers. We are the doers who are changing our destiny. We are recapturing our destiny. So stick around and you'll see how to participate and become a hero in your own world rather than somebody who's just maybe applauding another so-called Republican vote or Republican candidate who's supposed to be like the rebel to the rhinos. And then we just get the same thing that we've seen time and again. If Carrie Lake can't say white people, Westmen, Western kind, if she can't say our name, she doesn't deserve our vote. No person running for office, incumbent or challenger, deserves your vote if they can't say our name. And if they can't say when something's anti-white, if they can't call it anti-white, they don't deserve your vote. That is a bare minimum, because if they can't say your name, they're saying you don't exist. And if they're saying you don't exist, that means your pain doesn't exist. Your suffering, persecution of you, discrimination against you, none of it exists or matters. So at a bare minimum, they have to say our name. If we don't get them to say our name, the Republican Party is going to become a representative of Hispanic Americans. Central South Americans might be wonderful people, but the vast majority of them have and this is a democracy, the vast majority of them have very different views on individual sovereignty, freedom of speech, right to self-defense. These are cultural things that have inertia. You cannot re-educate them. The Republican Party has been talking about re-educating them for many decades, and it hasn't happened. So the ones that came in who believe in right to self-defense, who believe in First Amendment and a lot of things in a way that is congruent with our belief systems, they're still there. The problem is that there are far too few of them relative to those who disagree. So they have to say our name. James writes here, though, about Meloni, and I want to address this. He says, I'm 110% with you where Kanye West, who has changed his name to Ye legally, is concerned. And by the way, would any of you like to see me review the interview that Ye did with Piers Morgan? Because apparently this is an interesting interview, and I've seen clips of it. So it might be worth taking a look at. I don't know. Maybe specifically put it on Parler and try to get Ye to take a look at my review of that interview. I don't know. We'll see. He says, I'm with you where Kanye West is concerned, and when it comes to hiding behind black acceptance in order to give credence to white sympathy. Yes, I mean, it's absurd. And I guarantee you that this guy, Ye, would totally agree with me that it's absurd for white people to feel like our complaints and our desire to hold our destiny in our hands again is only legitimized by non-white people agreeing with us. So he's not our guy, as Fuentes has just so sycophantically been drooling over him, going on and on about. It's a sick thing, and he's leading those young men down a path where they already don't have much dignity, and they just get rid of the rest of it. What I'm not quite understanding is why you take issues with Meloni. And of course, this is the woman who is the leader of the, what are they called? The something Brotherhood, Italian Brotherhood in Italy party. And she's now at the head of I guess of the government there, but it's kind of unstable because I think it's 3 different parties that are trying to work together. James goes on, I don't see it as a matter of men sending women to do the fighting for them. I'm going to jump in there and say, I wrote a note to myself. She's a politician. No, he writes here. He says, I don't see it as men sending women in to do their fighting. She's a politician, not a combatant. And here's my thought on that. Do you think combat is only physical strength and greater bone density? Combat is much more than aggressive. Is much more. its aggressive, competitive nature than it is greater strength and bone density. And when I say combat, I'm not talking about a sport like boxing or ultimate fighting. As politics is physical combat by another means, you need the most aggressive men in the fight. So it's really important to point out there that this argument I've heard from others, that it's politics, it's not physical combat. Politics is physical combat. It absolutely 100% is physical combat by another means. And I'm not talking about physical combat in a sport where there are rules and there's a judge to come in, often called a referee, to enforce the rules. It is physical combat in the jungle, which means it's not just muscle and bone strength, because physical combat in the jungle is mental primarily, because intelligence has defeated brawn, but it's not female intelligence. It's not the norm, in my opinion, of female intelligence, which is the desire to surrender, the desire to compromise, the desire to ensure that everybody's feelings are not hurt. This endless emoting rather than thinking. The reason why nations, countries, empires are patriarchies or built by patriarchies, the reason is the same reason why businesses that are started and rip their way through competition are male, is because men have an aggression and a desire for competitive victory that women simply do not possess, in my opinion, not even remotely, in my opinion. Where are all the female, and when you try to apply this to sports, even in sports, for example, where are all the females that would dominate being head coaches in, say, American football? It just doesn't exist. It doesn't. And the owners, anybody who would, I guess, incorrectly assess what the owners want is in that they just want this male presentation, or they're discriminating against females because they're female, have a gross misunderstanding of what owners of sports teams want. They want money. They only want victory when victory will be money. In the NFL, for example, that means that you have to win your conference or the Super Bowl. Otherwise, the way they get their money is through the sale of the jerseys and memorabilia, etc. That's where the money is made. So if a female would dominate, if she would be more aggressive, etc., there would be females in there. They want money. You can look at all of these major companies, and you can also look at these companies once they exist, and then they put females in charge. What happens? I used to go around for years with a pretty extensive list of females that put companies who put females in charge, and then the companies would die. The companies would plummet. The companies would go bad. And when the conversation would come up, I would cite all of these cases of where females were put in charge and they simply could not compete with their male counterparts in other companies. It is a matter to some degree of intelligence, but it's far more a matter of ruthlessness. Now, a woman can be brutally tyrannical, but that's in a controlled environment where she gets to be in charge, like at the workplace or in the home where she's governing the children. But in the jungle, she is prey to a man. She is absolute prey. And as you can see in politics, there are no rules, or they're very loose. People get away with everything under the sun, especially nowadays. So I disagree with this unspoken premise that politics is not physical combat, and I disagree with the unspoken premise of what physical combat is. It is the ruthlessness in the mind, the desire to, in a competition, to dominate and crush the opposition. Just not something you see in females. And if it did exist, you would see it in the world. James goes on, though. To me, it seems like having someone who is explicitly white sympathetic in such a high place is a good thing. Not that she's doing the fighting alone, but merely being the face, with millions of our brothers and sisters across the world supporting her. I disagree here as well. I wrote, she's not titular. She is the leader. And I've seen this argument again and again, and that's why I feel like it should be addressed. Human nature will cause her followers to think and act in ways that would make a mother happy. Those thoughts and actions are inadequate for this fight. She also represents what we claim is objectionable, i.e., the anti-white concept of the strong woman raising her children as a single mother. You do know that not only was she raised by a single mother, which probably had men in a revolving door, but she is a single mother. So she got rid of the man who impregnated her. Did she make a good choice with the man who impregnated her? That now she has to be divorced? If she can't even get that choice right, how's she going to be a good leader? And she is the leader. She's not just some face that's out there and that it's going to be everybody else helping. That's another problem that you can even see in what James is saying. He's a good guy, but you can even see what he's saying there. Everybody's going to help. We're all going to hold hands. No, that's not how it works. You have a leader. You have leaders. You have alpha strong, kick-ass males who want to not just deal with the victimizer, but crush the victimizer, and that are ruthless about every way that could come to mind about how to crush, and then to carry out that effort, no matter how much it hurts the victimizer, okay? And then everybody else falls in line and sacrifices whatever it is that they are able to sacrifice in service to the objectives and orders of those alpha dominating, ass kicking men. Not everybody holds hands and we all sing about it. So you can see already the mentality of pleasing a mother, this is instinctual. You can't look at a female leader, women or men, in my opinion, look at a female leader and have the same desire to fight to the bitter end as you could for a male leader. Because in her, you see the joy of the mother, the happiness of the mother, and then you act accordingly. Her child, of course, as a woman, makes her even more vulnerable than a man. It's just a reality. Men love their children. Good men love their children. They don't want their children to be killed. They don't want their children to go missing. But a man who puts himself in that scenario, and he shouldn't be, he could be flipping burgers if he doesn't want to put himself in such a scenario. It's a calculation. And if there are going to be threats to their children, which there will be, the man has to be able to say, well, then their lives are on the line. I'm here to fight for my people. That might mean that I have to suffer. It might mean that my children have to suffer. A woman is not going to say that about their kids. And you can see it all the time in DC when they manipulate elected representatives by keeping them away from their kids. The males have very little problem staying away from their children. The females wring the shit out of their hands about being away from home for so long, about not being able to be with their children. You hear them talk about this sort of stuff all the time. Oh, I missed her 6th birthday because I have to be in DC. Oh, I missed. And it's very easy. Protract the argument a little longer. The vote's got to go a little longer. And they say, I want to go home. She's crying on the phone again. She's upset again. I just want to hold her to my breast. That's what you want in leadership? James writes on, she did choose to run for office after all. The only way to have 100% of the white sympathetic people in office be male would be to ban women taking office. Nobody made, it's a straw man argument. Nobody's saying that we should only have men in office because we don't get to decide, or with a ban, for example, to prevent women from being in office. I'm making the argument that we need to get healthy and we need to do it really quickly. That means that we have to be able to say to ourselves, we want masculinity in leadership. We want heroism in leadership. That masculinity is not going to be found in a female leader who's willing to compromise, who's going to be hurting all day long because she's not with her children, who is not going to be able to even think about how to, in a corporate, socio-political way, metaphorically, ruthlessly slit the throats of the opposition. This happens every day in finance, and it's men dominating everywhere. That is not an accident. You're not going to be able to send your mom into that fight, and it's cowardly to do so. We need to accept this if we're going to end up at a point where our people elevate. You know what's happening right now is that on the internet, for example, you're seeing the sickness of our people. In socio-political matters, if we had a healthy people, this channel and the other platforms I'm on, even with Antiwhite shutting down everything on YouTube, with the other platforms that I'm on, would be flowing with our people, but they're not here. You can look into these other environments where they show up in their hordes, and you can see the sickness. You don't look at the sickness and say, well, that's what people want, and that's what we should give them, when what they want is deleterious to our well-being and will utterly prevent us from ever recapturing our destiny. And we can see the long arc of this over generation after generation after generation. If anything, showing white sympathetic women that there are other women who not only support the white sympathetic cause, but do so with success, seems like a great way to make the case to women that it's about time for them to be early adopters and join the winning side. What I have to say, and that's where he wraps up, what I have to say to this is, I don't want to send the message to our women that they can be leaders of us, that they can be leaders of men. I absolutely do not want to send that message. And that absolutely should not be the case. I appreciate James. I thank you, brother, for being respectful in your questions there. And in fact, asking questions that I'm seeing these arguments out there and they needed to be addressed. So it's really beneficial that you ended up asking those questions. But again, I want to say, women are not going to take a look at somebody like a Tulsi Gabbard or a Carrie Lake or what's her name, Bennett, or there's so many women now. It's unbelievable. They're not going to look at it and say, oh, I want to be white sympathetic now and in a way that's beneficial to the white race. We will draw women over here with masculinity. We will draw healthy women to us with males being heroes. The kind of women you draw when you have female leadership are girls who want to be in charge. And we absolutely do not want girls in charge. End of conversation. We have seen the results of that. And as I was saying earlier, with the males that are in these politicians in these offices, they might as well be females. And we have gotten to that point because of the female electorate. Men who look like they should be, I don't know, wearing diapers, and women who are wearing diapers. That's what the female electorate has given us. And you look at what brought the most females to, well, first of all, what has brought the most females to white sympathy outside of organized politics? It's been going free. And I am as masculine as you're going to get. So you can look at this community and you find the highest percentage of women. And they are the healthiest. They are women of the West. The ones who stay are absolutely women of the West. They get drawn because instinctually, genetically, they are drawn to masculinity and heroism. They're drawn. Sometimes they come and go because they're drawn to it. And then they get up close and they're like, wait a second, I don't get to be in charge anymore. I don't get to push my man around. The man I'm with, I don't get to push him around like he's some sort of a boy, treat him like he's some sort of a boy. Well, I'm leaving here. And then they go. Or they stop talking, so you don't know that they're present. It's this place. Total masculinity. There's no hatred for women here like there is in Fuentes community. We genuinely value women. We celebrate women here. That's not lip service. I'm not trying to get any pat on the head. If any woman tried to pat me on the head, I'd break her arm. That's not the place of a woman. We are masculine. A woman treats me with respect and treats me as the leader. And the man should be the leader of the household. She should treat him as the leader of the household. If she's not, she's getting up that household. Do you understand me? Do you get me? We're coming from a different place now. This is not, again, I'm not speaking directly at James at this moment. Now, in organized politics, what drew the most women? The absolutely tepid masculinity, but it's a lot compared to your normal elected folks. Your normal elected in the Republican Party, a male, they have zero masculinity. But you had the tepid masculinity of Donald Trump. And that drew all the women almost back to the Republican Party. So could you imagine what a real masculine leader could do? Now, how did Trump get in that position to be able to draw all of those millions and millions and millions of women to follow and vote for him and be just, you saw them everywhere. I mean, it was good looking women. It was like average looking, it was hounds as well. And they got signs and they got jugs and it says Trump across it and everything. I mean, it was like spray painting a NASCAR. And, but for them, it was jugs and they're putting it out there and they're like, we love this guy because of that tepid masculinity. Just that tiny bit of masculinity that it doesn't have much. Could you imagine what a real leader would do? Now, how did Trump get there? Did he get there with female support? No, because females would have never supported him in large enough numbers because of how sick our society is. And I'm going to read a text from one in a moment. So we have to be able to say here what other people find offensive. And that is that women are not leaders, in my opinion. They should never be in leader roles. Men who endorse women in leader roles are losers. Bottom line, men who endorse women in leader roles are sending girls out to do their fighting for them. We should treat men, we should shame men who want female leaders. We should shame the shit out of them. We should have a GIMP mask memes to mock them to hell. That's what we should do because we have to kill this or we're never going to get healthy. You're not going to have a bunch of more billionaires come forward that just tell women like Trump did, I'm in charge and nothing you can do about it. And so women suddenly revert to in an instinctual position, which is there's some masculinity. Holy shit. I'm just going to get right down and I'm going to go to bowing. No, because they here they have to elevate. Here, I don't have a pot to piss in. So they got to elevate. They got to pick up. And unfortunately, the vast majority of them, as you can see, because of this sickness, are going to say, oh no, that Jason guy is kind of scary. Where's that gelded one again? Where's that gelded guy that I can vote for? How about the one even has one testicle, for sake? I mean, it's literally gelded. We've got to contend with that. Thank you very much. Now let me look at this really quickly. Let's hope that it just pops up. That would be nice. Maybe it won't. All right. I'll read you this conversation. The woman I'm going to refer to as Cupcake because she fancies herself some sort of leader and thinker, and women should not do that. You should not do that. You are not a leader. You're not going to lead men, and you're not going to lead thought. So stop it. Timothy writes, tags me and says, you see this one yet? She, Tulsi Gabbard, uses the term anti-white. Hip, hip, hooray, another victory and step toward the security of protecting our race from hostilities. Thanks for your hard work. You're welcome. The great biospirit of the West jumps in and says, actually, she says anti-white racism and uses words like woke and elite. I can't get over this. She's very much inside the anti-white narrative. Biospirit of the West is 100% right. You do not use their lexicon. If you use their terminology, you legitimize their ideology. Their ideology is the anti-white narrative in which you cannot win, and there is just a sanguinary conclusion for white people. You never call anti-white oligarchs elites. If you were to go to a golf club somewhere and they said, well, we had a party cancel, would you like to be in the regular restaurant or the elite restaurant? You would say the elite restaurant. So in your lived experience, what does elite mean to you? What happens when you call these people elites? Where does that position you? What do you then think about them? Same thing with woke. Now here comes this Cupcake, jumps in, tagging me specifically. She says the term woke is used for a cluster of ideas that are hashtag and a bunch of hashtags: anti-liberal, anti-gun, anti-liberty, anti-science, and anti-capitalist, not just anti-white. They think a patriarchy, cis heteronormativity, and gender binary need dismantling. Anti-white doesn't cover it, and then tags me again, trying to put me in my place. This is what this little Cupcake is doing. This little girl is trying to put me in my place. You better think again, Cupcake. Maybe you haven't been watching me, maybe not at all, but you are not talking to a typical gelded white male. I don't take any shit, especially from a woman. You got it? I write back. These concepts, everything she just named it. And could you imagine all of that shit? Could you imagine trying to navigate? That's why we've been losing. Can you imagine trying to navigate all these anti-white concepts? All this garbage I just read that she wrote and thinking you could win? These concepts, I write, were created to injure Western kind and to destroy Western civilization because Western civilization is a product of Western kind. Ergo, they are anti-white. You have to get out of the anti-white narrative or you don't have a chance in hell. That was my respectful response to her disrespect of trying to put me in my place. Cupcake. Then she writes back in typical female argumentation fashion. I appreciate anyone sincerely engaging on these issues. I knew immediately as soon as I read that she was going to define anyone sincerely engaging in these issues as something other than me. And you, Jason, need to aspire to be someone who is going to sincerely engage. And I will tell you what that definition, I will tell you when you get there. I don't think so, bitch. I don't think so. Oh no, this relationship between male and women, men and women, it ends now. It doesn't work. You know, you do not speak to a man that way. You shut your mouth and you let a man lead. You can give suggestions, and then because I am brilliant and I am sympathetic and I am empathetic and I want to win for our people, I will listen to what your suggestions might be. And then when I make a decision, you say, thank you, and I will follow exactly what you say to do. That's how this works. And for everybody out there that feels really nervous about that, you got a lot of personal work to do, because that is in the way of us recapturing our destiny. You know, oddly enough, you don't see many homosexual men that have this problem. Not many homosexual men have a problem with getting all scared around women. I mean, can you believe? What could be less masculine than getting scared about a woman getting her feathers ruffled? I swear, there better not be any heterosexual guys out there who get nervous about a woman getting her feathers ruffled, who then think that a homosexual guy is less masculine than them. Because you, my friend, are just trust in that. I appreciate anyone sincerely engaging on these issues, but with respects. We need to go with what works. Yeah, with respects. That's another one. When a female says that, with respect, you're wrong. We need to go with what works. Yeah, what works is what we're doing. She then says, and we see that in accounts with, and here straight to, so you have this female argumentation tactic from start to finish. She does not speak to what I just said at all. That's pretty typical of an anti-white in general. Doesn't speak to what I say at all, the argument I make at all. Do all of those things injure white people? Of course they do. The target is white people. White people in our projections. Well, I just won't speak to that, is what Cupcake says. Then she comes in with this, I will tell you, effectively, this is the sincerely engaging. This is, I'll tell you what a real man is. No woman knows. No woman can define. If you're a woman and you've been trying, you need to fix yourself. If you're a woman and you've been trying to define what a man is to men or to males, you need to fix yourself, because you never open your mouth on that subject. If you want to tell the guy in your life what a real man is, you can say, that Jason guy is clearly a real man of the West. So maybe you should watch him for what it is like. So he doesn't game all day. Maybe you shouldn't game all day. He's not drinking alcohol all day. Maybe you shouldn't drink alcohol all day. He stands up to women in a way that's not actually abusing them. He loves them the entire time. Maybe that's what you should do. You know what women are crying out for almost all the time is boundaries. They want a man to give them boundaries because they're emoting everywhere they go. They're emoting everywhere they go. A thought through their head? Rarely. Emoting all day long. They want a man to come in there and say, boom, there's a boundary. You don't go there. Boom, you're starting to emote a little too much. So she goes on. What's the rest of the female argumentation tactic? It's all about the vast majority of females, even educated ones, even ones that can ordinarily rein it in. It is hardcore emotional manipulation. So she starts off with the, you're not being a real man by sincerely engaging in the issues. I'll define what that is, and I'll say when you reach it. Then she goes right to, get this, as we see that in accounts with hundreds and then millions, hundreds, thousands, and then millions or more followers are reaching far more people in trad media and social media. Who's ever even heard of you? That's what this little bitch said. What's that argument? What is that argument? Can y'all break this down? This is the female argumentation tactic. Look, as pure as it gets. I will tell you what a man is, and I will tell you when you get there, and that's compliance to my position. And then the next comment, your dick isn't as big as theirs. With accounts with hundreds of thousands and millions or more followers, reaching far, far more people. Seriously, this cupcake tried to make the argument that your dick isn't as big as theirs. Talk about emotional manipulation. So I respond, we have changed societal conversation with the right concepts and a few thousand people on a global level. I submit that you don't know what you're talking about. Those influencers pushing back against anti-whiteism will be speaking with our concepts. And you damn well know we're seeing it crop up everywhere. Huge lexical and dialectical victories. We're going to be talking about some in the announcement portion of the show, which we're going to get to in just a moment. And then she writes back one more time. Tulsi has 1. I think I did respond to that, though. Let's see. She writes, Tulsi has 1.7 million followers. So what is that? Vagina loyalty. Right to the vagina loyalty. That's what she got all bent out of shape for at the very beginning about. They're criticizing Tulsi because she used the anti-white concept racism. So how dare they criticize a female? Tulsi should be in charge. Vagina loyalty. No one has ever heard of you. So again, it's the back to Tulsi's dick is bigger than yours. Even Rufo has 400,000. The influencers who dwarf your account are already using better methods and reaching far more people than you have. Worse, you show you don't even grasp so much of what we are up against. So I pointed out to her, I don't see it here, but maybe did Twitter take it down? I pointed out to her, she's just having vagina loyalty. Maybe she reported me. That's probably what happened. She's just having vagina loyalty, and that's an anti-white thing to do. And so we're done with her. Yeah, the grasp of what's going on in the world and that these people are reaching with, they're all losing. In case you haven't noticed, they're all losing every argument. They won't even say white people. The only reason any of these people are going to be elected is because of how bad Democrats have governed the country. There's no one else to be able to elect. This is your alternative. This is your pen that they're going to keep you in until there is no more white race. So this is the kind of thing, and the reason why this went perfectly with some of these questions and positions that I see out there that James alluded to, is that this is what you get as a consequence of it. Do we want to attract women who want to be our leaders and who want to be our thought leaders, who are going to show up to a man of the West? White men get no respect. We get no respect whatsoever, chiefly from white females. I mean, if you're a white female, you should viciously attack white females who don't give white males respect. You should burn those bitches to the ground because white males get no respect. I sacrifice my entire life for white well-being, my entire life. I've written a handful of books. I've given hundreds of speeches at meetings and conferences, attended hundreds of those things. I've created tens upon tens upon tens upon tens of thousands of hours of all of this content, video content, audio content for the well-being of our people. That's men, women, and children, pushing with creating something that works, that defeats the anti-white narrative, that defeats anti-white morality, that has caused people to improve their lives infinitely, that has worked in all of our languages across the globe. And here comes this white female going to put me in my place, who's supposedly on our side. She's going to put me in my place. She's going to come with these female arguments of, I'll tell you what a man is, and I'll tell you when you get there, and your dick isn't big enough, and that's ultimately it. They're better than you. How many guys out there have heard that's the essence, and you hear it in different iterations from females? How many white guys out there have faced that and been manipulated by that, by their mothers, by their sisters, by their female cousins, by their aunts, by their girlfriends, by their wives, by their daughters? How many men? It's despicable. It's disgusting. This almost never happens to the males of other races. When it does, it's the collateral damage of their females. And you see it to a degree, it's probably most visual among the non-white races within the black race. And you see the black females have been, the matriarchy has been established in the white race. And now you see the collateral damage of that leaking through into the black race and it destroying their families as well. Matriarchy. There is no female leadership. You are meant, in my opinion, to govern nothing but infants up to 7 to 10 or whatever. And that is still only within the acceptance of your actions by the man who is the leader in that relationship. You are there to give cuddles. You are there to be there for the children having scraped knees and crying over nothing. This is why you see these single mothers and the kind of kids that they end up raising. It's nothing but permissiveness, no boundaries whatsoever. No wonder it's such a high percentage, in my opinion, look at the data for yourself, that end up being criminals, end up not being able to be in the workforce. Men could raise children from infancy up through adulthood, and we wouldn't be there as much for them as a woman is in that infant to 10 years or whatever it is range. We wouldn't be as cuddly as a woman would be, nurturing as a woman would be, but we would raise functioning adults. We would be able to raise people that would be able to see that when they cast their vote, it's got to be for somebody who's going to crush those who want to victimize them. You actually have forums now that are pretty big and growing, where women, Republican, conservative, patriot women, are actually commenting at length on the hair and makeup of these female and their clothes they wear, of these female, and that is a big part of their reason for voting for them. They would never say so, or few would say so, but you don't go on lengthily about someone's hair and their hair extensions and their makeup and the clothes that they're choosing and the shoes that they're wearing without that being a part of your decision-making process. And then you also hear the females talk about these candidates and what they feel. I don't give a what they feel. I want somebody who can't feel to crush our victimizers. That's what I want. All right, let's jump over to, and I'll look at what you all are saying. We'll jump into the glossary today, which is Thought Chain, and I'll have a look at what you all are saying, your comments. Maybe you agree, maybe you don't agree. I'll take a look at all of it and see what you have to say. Maybe you have a suggestion for how to engender some sanity in our people, so we will stop elevating dickless wonders, these people who asexual, people who are just comedians and they don't think anything is legitimate in the world, or there's nothing really worth fighting for. It's all just fancy and lark. People wanting our girls to be our leaders. What a sick people. Imagine, I want you guys out there, before I read this, imagine our most heroic moments in the history of our people. I want you to take yourself mentally, close your eyes if you have to, take yourself mentally back to those epic moments in history when Western kind overcame, sometimes against each other, and that's a terrible thing, but when Western kind overcame the severest and gravest of odds. And I want you to position yourself right beside the men of that age that had to take arms, that had to do the things that had to be done for victory, for survival. And I want you, in your mind, to have a conversation with one of those soldiers and tell him why you want a little girl to fight for us today. Maybe it'll pull you out of this being a pussy. All right. Thought chain. What's a thought chain? Where are we here? A thought chain. You hear us talk about thought chains from time to time, and they're very important. I could spend a week on thought chains. We're just going to spend a moment because there's no way I'm going to be able to get to you all of the information. And you probably couldn't understand it anyhow. Not all of you out there. There are champs who are here who get every bit of it, and they were starting to build it on their own when they found out about us. That's how they knew this was home. But so many of you out there, you just use it. A psychological warfare provides you with, how can I put this? It provides you with information that curtails and limits deductions in thought, so that all of the deductions work out for the benefit of your victimizer, both for the victimizer and the victim. So they control what you can deduce by the information provided. That's why the first person you argue with when you start going free is yourself, because those limitations created by mean pathogens are inside of you, inside of your subconscious mind. You find yourself out on a limb in more than one way. And you can literally think of this as branches on a tree. If you are anti-white, if you're a victimizer, you head out on the bough, and then you have a number of branches branching off from that bough. And they all of those deductions at the end of those branches work to your benefit. If you are victim, one of us, you head out on the exact same bough, and you try to think out on that limb about some way to benefit us, to stop your victimization, but it's not there. It's not an option for deduction. Do you see why we have to control the limbs? This is, i.e., the story we're in, the trunk that branches off on these boughs. That story we have to control, because then what happens? The reverse. We then control what the deductions are. This is actual intelligence, cupcake. This is actually genius, which you can't understand, because in my opinion, on your bell curve, far more of you are grouped together toward the middle, and far more of us are either on the idiot side, and you can see I'm not drooling, certainly not for you, or on the genius side. So now's the time to shut up, and obey. I know if like that story we read about the black guy who had, or was his wife black? One of them was white, and it had the biracial child. You remember this in the school, and the little girl went to school, and kids said things about her clothing and things about her hair. And I pointed out that's the father that she's with, because the mother took off, that the father that she's with does not know that he's supposed to be sitting down with her and having these long, touchy-feely conversations, and then making sure she has on the cutest little sweater with the cutest little butterfly, and then does her hair a certain way. And the guy is just going to look at her and say, well, she's clothed. Her hair is combed. There isn't mud in it. She's good enough for school. Well, that's not good enough at that age, especially for little girls. So a guy would know when seeing a woman do those things. Guys do this all the time. We know when a woman sits down with the children and is talking about their feelings and is making sure that, well, do you feel like this pair of shoes works for you? You know what a guy would say? Those are the shoes you're wearing. Shut up. Your feet are covered up, aren't they? Or, a guy would say, well, you need something better for athletics. We could do that. We'll get you something better for athletics. When a guy sees a woman doing that, when a guy sees the wife or whatever with the little girl, and she's saying, let me do your hair, and they sit down and she's pulling her hair back in, they're doing the thing, a guy doesn't interrupt that and start telling the woman that, no, the hair should be done differently and you should be emoting more about this. No, we just let that happen. So ladies out there, shut the fuck up and let it happen when it comes to our leadership. Jesus Christ. We're going to need you to come down here. We're going to need you to come down. Are you going to need you to get people to just do the right thing? So, thought chains. A construct that engenders derivative constructs, thoughts premises that naturally lead to other thoughts conclusions. For example, MCs triggering related MCs, or MPs triggering related MPs. So, with the Go Free method, we provide you with a story, and in each of these scenarios within that story, a thought chain. You can think of it as a branch, a bough off of a trunk. That when you are on that branch, on that bough, all of the branches and the tips of the ends of the little branches are conclusions, are deductions, and every one of them work out for you. I created this because I knew I would not be able to be with you, and I could not, no matter how bright I was, in advance, figure out all of the scenarios that you might be confronted with. So I needed to provide you with this limited number of conclusions so that you can come to any of those on your own, given the circumstance that you are in. Even if I were some kind of supercomputer and I could provide every possible scenario, you wouldn't be able to memorize them all. It's like with thought, we're doing with thought the same thing that like the human eyeball does. It perceives a great many things for a great many scenarios. That's what we are doing. It is a thought chain. It limits your ability to go wrong. It provides you with conclusions with which you win for our well-being. Is Tulsi Gabbard doing that? Is any of these other ladies, females, doing that? No. We are doing that. And what do I get from females of our race? Let's jump over to the MC. It's quick to dispel with it, and it's almost omnipresent. We're all just individuals. The MP, meme pathogen, anti-white idea. We are all just individuals. We're all just individuals. We're all just, this is said by white people all the time. You know, Tulsi was just saying, Baldur pointed out to us earlier that race is just skin color. Bullshit. It's always just skin color when it comes to, are white people going to be harmed? Then it's just skin color. It's irrelevant. But when it comes to Latinos being able to preserve who and what they are as a people, then it's suddenly relevant, as evidenced by Carrie Lake. And all the ladies out there, they're like, yeah, now it's legit, of both sexes. The quick and easy MC is you don't deny group identity to non-white people, only white people, which proves that you are anti-white. MC, mean curative, our suggestion, you don't deny group identity to non-whites, only white people, which proves that you are anti-white. It's that easy. I can't make it easier. These champions that show up, people, powerful people in this community, are contributors to the Go Free method. They are thinkers. They're thinking all the time, and then they're applying their conclusions to the real world, subjecting it to the scientific method. And then where we see things that work, we continue to purify them. We put them into the doctrine so that others can benefit from them. That's how the Go Free method works. It builds and grows as a community. And so that's what we need to keep pushing. Before we go to the next break, we are going to celebrate in a big way. Please get out your raucous emojis. Stand if you might. If you're in a wheelchair, rise now. Rise. For Dude Bro Moment, financially gifting 50 US save our white ass dollars. 50 save our white ass dollars from these ladies of both sexes who continue to push nonsense and disrespect the men of our race. We're not going to have it anymore. We're going to end up with women of the West who are going to be pure. They will glow. They will glow like they have in the past. Women of the West glowed. They will radiate their beauty. They will radiate their voice, the spirit of the West inside of them. You will be able to feel it because they will embrace who and what they really are and become who and what they really are. You're never going to be more than that by being a simulacrum of a man. Dude Bro Moment, 50 save our white ass dollars from these ladies of both sexes. And he writes with those $50 for white well-being. God bless you, brother. You are a Herculean champion. When we come back, we're going to jump right into the announcements. We're going to go to some huge evidence of our lexical and dialectical success, which is just growing. The momentum is absolutely growing. The YouTube and all these people who keep holding us back with their censorship, these are great successes. We're going to talk. They are ours. We own them. Don't allow anybody to. I know there are others out there trying to claim them. Don't allow it from happening. We have your we got a couple comments. Content creator segment. We're going to have your calls as well, and we will see you back here in just a moment.
Sacred codes written in your purpose is my purpose.
Drowning in the argument, the anti-white says. What exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era. Santa Claus is asking, who is this? It's Olivia Key. It's one of her newest songs, the great Olivia Key. Isn't that wonderful? So check her out over on her website. Looks like ElRonDur is here. Great to see you, brother. He says, good day, brother. How's your web guy? Oh, yeah, I haven't. I've got to. Thank you for reminding me. I will address that, and I'm going to talk to the other people that I mentioned as well. So thank you for that. Let's have a look really quickly over here. Art Acrobats saying we're live now. Azimuth Clark was there. Let's see who else. If anybody else has made comments over on the Tulsi, I want to recognize. Don't want to miss anybody. It's like the unknown soldier. We salute all of you, even if I missed your name. Final limo ride writes here. One of the best things about No White Guilt's Going Free method is there is no petty hatred. It's all positivity. Being white positive has nothing to do with putting others down. God bless you. Final limo ride over there on the Tulsi Gabbard video, which is still running, saying it's live. So it's just, I guess they're doing the same thing that they were doing earlier. What are they really trying to build her up to be president? I swear, or to run against Trump. Maybe that's the idea. She'll be the globalist that runs against Trump. Maybe that'll be the scenario. Boy, could you imagine all the females coming out to support her? Oh, God. Okay, let me just, we'll get to the announcements. I want to share, I thought this was pretty awesome. And folks, make your memes. Make your white positive, go free memes. Have fun. You can be funny in some, you can be serious in some, whatever it is. let your artistic self out into the world. Share these things broadly. And when you see others make memes, you share their memes. Make sure you add the nowhiteguilt.org. So people who see the meme, they have a chuckle, they see it serious, they take the point away, but then they got a place to go. Our purpose is to empower our people, even if it's only one contact. We want to empower them so that they can go on and be more effective than they were before they came into contact with us, before the paths were crossed. But Biospirit of the West created this one. I just thought it was hilarious. The Go Free team, exercising Western kind of meme pathogens. It's so true. It is so true. And then I don't know who pointed it out, but they said, I think maybe it was on Twitter, that you have to know the demon's real name to cast it out. And we have the demon's real name. It's anti-whiteism. It's so true, and it works beautifully. Look at this, is epic. And it's so true, too. It's a female possessed. It's so often females possessed. And here you have it again, a female possessed by poisonous ideas. And then here come the men to save the day. Here come the men, and they're like, okay, we're here, and we have the name of the beast that is occupying her soul. And we're going to cast it out. And they cast it out. And then she can be a faithful, loving woman again to our people. I love it. Well done, Biospirit of the West. We got others too that are really funny. I'll be sharing some more of those. This one I thought was good. When white women get discriminated against by the same anti-white people and policies that have been in support of against white men for years. Yeah, it's a little laughter. What does this one need? Of course, it needs nowhiteguilt.org. Also, we could get rid of the hyphen between anti-white, but otherwise, it's hilarious. Yeah, this is if you're a white guy, this is what you should look like. Maybe this though is not alcohol. Maybe that's something better for you. Some pure water. How about some coffee? Maybe cold coffee would be good in that glass. Whatever. But yeah, when you see white women getting all bent out of shape, you know what's going to happen. By the way, they get these females like a Carrie Lake and all, and it's going to be immediately, what can she do for girls? You watch me. It's going to be, we're going to get these imaginary males out of these girls' bathrooms and out of their locker rooms. We're going to get these imaginary males out of their sports. That's what it's all going to be, the focus. Just have to put white women back up on the pedestal a little bit longer, so that the white race can really be done away with. We have Nathaniel Nelson, this champion, still road tripping for white well-being. Where is that being done elsewhere? That is epic. This guy's road tripping, and he sent me more pictures of magnificent stickers, leaflets that he's finding all over the place where he's road tripping. It's totally cool. Big salute. 07s for Nathaniel Nelson. He's got some of this BPE going on. Total BPE and on this guy. Got to wear a hoodie upside down. That's how much BPE he has. We went up, another big victory is we went up, despite all the censorship and oppression, we went up another 100 followers on Twitter. So we're continuing to get out there. I'm thinking I might do some advertising on Parler, since Ye owns it as of the past month or whatever it is. We'll see about that as well. I want to also celebrate just generally 07s for these conversations I'm seeing on Gab and on Twitter, different places, where our activists, and that's what Cupcake here was complaining. That's what got her feathers all ruffled up. She was complaining because people had come in there throwing at her our concepts in a love swarm. That's what we do. We love swarm folks, and to see if we can redeem them, and if we can't, to banish them like the priests, to banish them to hell with the rest of the demons. That's what we do. And this love swarm comes in, and I see it everywhere. It's magnificent. They come in, they're smart. They're applying the Go Free method to real world experiences. One supports the other. They are respectful. They are loving. They come in there with these concepts, and then you see these these folks, like this female here, who's clearly, this cupcake, clearly anti-white. She wants to be in charge. She wants women to dominate. She has vagina loyalty. And so instead of saying, wow, this is so true what you're saying, it's obvious that it is. Instead, she's like, no, all of you all are wrong, and I'm going to get all bent out of shape, and I'm going to tell you what a real man is. Whatever. Piss off, demon. Piss off, demon. Back to hell with you, banshee. Back to hell with you, female banshee demon bitch. We send you back to hell. Back to hell. You know, in the old days, they would take you bitches to a stake. And they would ring it with fire. No, we're not going to do that. We're just sending you, banishing you back to hell. Because that's where you belong with your anti-whiteism. We're not going to have it. I heard this thing about the females all getting in the way at the grocery stores to people when they're trying to get milk and meat. I'm going to tell you what, ladies, you better not get in my way at the grocery store. I'm going to tell you what. Because an anti-white is an anti-white to me. A male, female, doesn't make any difference to me. You get in the way of me getting meat, I'm going through you. Trust in that. I'm going through you. Don't try it. I will banish you to hell with the rest of the demons. You all can go back down into Dante's hell, into whatever ring you deserve. And there you will stay, outside of Western civilization, heaven. You may clamor at the walls, but it will be me or someone like me who stands guard. And they're going to keep the gate shut against you. No entrance for you, demon bitches. So I want to celebrate everybody in these love swarms. It's such a beautiful thing. I cannot how many times now I've seen either anti-whites who claim to be on our side, who claim to be white sympathetic, or just hardcore anti-whites just get wasted by these love swarms. It's epic. Big victory here, lexical victory, with Congressman Gosar over on Gab. And I posted this everywhere as a consequence. He wrote, the media is showing more mercy to an anti-white terrorist. I'm sorry, what? What did you say? Yeah, that got started somewhere. Anti-white terrorist and a monster than to a kid who was in the wrong place at the wrong time and had to defend his own life. Despicable. So I celebrated him with a response. Action item here. If you're on Gab or any of my other platforms where you saw me repost this, repost it. Share it with folks. Please. Let's make sure that information gets out there. Let's make sure that Paul Gosar discovers, he said some very negative things after his dealing with interaction with Nick Fuentes. Paul Gosar won't have to say negative things about my mouth like he did about Nikki's mouth, because we are a community of love, hope, and redemption. The only people who are villains to us are our victimizers who are anti-white. There isn't an immutable characteristic that makes somebody good or bad. So let's make sure that Paul Gosar finds out about us. He's obviously willing to say, said anti-white terrorist. Maybe he was watching when he heard that. Maybe it was a consequence of our efforts to target him and get information to him. But it's obviously, and who else do you think he would listen to a Nazi group? If you do, you're a fucking retard. You're a retardist. That phone booth, you are a retardist if you think that's the case. If you think he's repeating anything that Nazis or people who are fronting, or people who are obviously, but they're trying to make it a little different, or whatever it might be, or people with fascists and all this other kind of shit, if you think he's repeating any of those people or watching any of those people, you are a retardist. He's looking at normal people, and we are as ordinary and normal as it gets for Western kind. So it is our victory, and we need to celebrate it, and we need to share it and spread it. I also want to share this Pedro Gonzalez use of anti-whiteism. I think, where might I have that? Oh, I think I have it over here. Nope, I don't. He said, where is it? I've got it somewhere. Big salute to Slots for his coloring pages that he created, and then he's out there coloring them, and others are as well, doing a really fantastic job. You can print these things out for your children, grandchildren, nieces, or nephews so that they can color them as well. Would you rather have them coloring that or something idiotic like a, I don't know, cartoon character, or something grossly anti-white? Would you rather have them coloring something like this? This guy Gonzalez says the U.S. isn't becoming more secular; it's giving rise to new religions like anti-whiteism, which conditions people to worship criminals based on their diversity points, to favor a perverse form of forgiveness over justice and righteous punishment. The thing that's interesting about Gonzalez is that he has 105,000 followers on Twitter. I'm sorry, what's that cupcake? What's that cupcake about the big content creators? What's that? Their dicks are so much bigger. What's that? Oh yeah, I said we would get them using our concepts. I guess you should just learn to keep your mouth shut when it comes to leadership, thought leadership, whatever it might be. So big salute, big raucous emojis for the success that we're having, lexical and dialectical success all over the world. It is a beautiful thing to witness. And I want to thank Oliver, reached out to me with that information, Semiagog, and who else did? Actually, somebody got to me right before Oliver did. So thank you to both of those gentlemen. And I imagine I'll learn more about this shortly. But it's another awesome victory for us that we own. It is ours, and we will continue having these victories. Just remember that all of those folks out there that have said it could never be done are the same people that are saying you didn't do it. So when they say you didn't do it, you know the kind of person that's coming from. A scumbag. Content creator segment, White People's Press at whitepeoplepress.com. I want you to go to their YouTube channel. Everybody that I mentioned here has YouTube channels, and I want you on YouTube. I want you to stay on YouTube. Westmen Media, odyssey.com/@Westmen Media. School of the West, schoolofthewest.world. Discordant Dragons, Yiz will share. She's a Yiz the Eunuch on YouTube. Dragon Synth Adventures at Fornelius Newland on YouTube. No White Guilt Clips on YouTube. Western Kind Wellbeing Newsletter, finalblossom.substack.com. Lovely Porridge on YouTube. I think you can most easily find him on YouTube as Ruination Media, even though he has changed the name to, Jubilation Media? Intellectual Embargo on Odyssey.com. Final Blossom on YouTube. You can find at Final Blossom. Alternative Voices Portal. Please follow these people. I don't read these things off because I want to hear myself. So please follow them, bookmark their pages. If you have problems finding any of them, then ask in the live chat, ask in the thread, where can I find this person? Alternative Voices Portal, odyssey.com at alternative_voices_portal. Imminent Rain on YouTube. You can find him at Imminent Rain. Let's jump right on over to the mailbag, and we have 2 letters in the mailbag this week. I love opening up the mailbag and finding letters inside because you people are wonderful. Let's see who's this one from. Reach inside. Keep this down here. And we have a champ saying, nothing to say today, just a gift for white well-being. And it is from the one and only Victorian time traveler. Financially gifting 40. Let's put down the anti-white tyrant dollars. Let's get some 07s and some raucous emojis for this champion of the West. Totally epic. Thank you, brother. That was fantastic. Finding your letter in there today. And we got another one. Here. Let's see what this one is. We got to keep things moving. Jason, here are... Get out your most raucous emojis and 07s. V's for victory as well. Jason, here are 120 Save Our White Folk dollars. I love it when I read that. I broke out. That was really cool. 120 Save Our White Folk dollars. Thank you for your life's work. Without a selfless, patient, and determined genius like you, we would still be unarmed toward resisting the psychological warfare waged against us. I will still give more as I can. I'm also trying to move out of censored that location. And this comes from, we're celebrating Hyperborean Dream. Hyperborean Dream. Thank you so much. 120 specifically. Save Our White Folk dollars. Totally epic. Love you all. That was fantastic. Let's have a, what is it, like 15 seconds, and we'll be right back. Happy Halloween and white well-being. We're going to get to the calls now, and we're going to take calls until 9:30. And who was first? I think Patrick of Southtown. Is he with us? And Patrick, if you're with us, Patrick of Southtown, your phone didn't work last time. Reach out to me with a message to let me know that you're with us, and then we will have you first. And then if not you, then who was going to be? I know we have Rory. Was there anybody else who was going to call in? Let me know. I'll take a look. We give Patrick of Southtown a moment. Okay, we are good on entropy. And let's make sure we didn't miss anybody over here. Okay, no financial gifts there. And let's make sure about Cash App. We have Maki over on Cash App, financially gifting 25 white men are meant to lead dollars. God bless you. Thank you so much. And he says, we will win. Thank you so much. $25 financial gift with some epic optimistic words. We will win. We will win indeed. Dazzling kind of thing. You know what's interesting talking about white men is that for the first time in the history of our once great UK, we had a woman, Liz Truss, who put together the highest ranking people in government. And the distinguishing characteristic was that there were no white men, clearly demonstrating that anti-whiteism is about victimizing white men chiefly. And this government fell apart faster than any in the country's history. So now they're wondering, where did all the white men go? We also have over here on Cash App, Western Kind United financially gifting $1. Thank you so much for that gift, for striving to recapture minds and our destiny and white well-being. Thank you so much. Beautifully said. And thank you so much for that $1 financial gift over there. I really appreciate it on Cash App. let us see if we have. I heard something, a message come in over here, and I don't see anything from Patrick of Southtown. We do have, oh, that's right, Axis Mundi is next, then Rory, and then Mr. V. So, Axis Mundi, the call to you is coming right now.
Promethean Hails, brother.
Promethean hails to you, and it's great to speak with you. What's on your mind?
Oh, it's just amazing to be talking to you. Oh my goodness. Wow. Yeah, I just wanted to give a few testimonials about the GFCs because I've recently been participating in them for a while, and it's been an absolutely fantastic experience.
Awesome, man. What is it? Tell us.
Yeah. Well, first of all, the people are just amazing and wonderful people. Cool. So before I joined in with like the white well-being general chat and the GFCs, I had, you know, your channel, I had the Dragon Mondays, I had the live chats. So I had some interaction with white positive folks to give me a break from the absolute madness of our current anti-white society.
Yeah.
But I still felt fairly isolated. But then by joining the GFCs, by joining the Telegram chat, I'm able to develop friendships, networks, connections with white positive people. And that has made a world of difference. It's just made me feel so much less alone in my effort to fight anti-whiteism.
That is beautiful.
Oh, it absolutely is, brother. So I just want to strongly encourage everyone, especially if you are feeling overwhelmed with stress about our situation, do yourself a favor and please join a GFC or at least the Telegram open chat. It is one of the best things you can do for yourself.
That's thank you for saying that, man. It really is. And the testimonial, just so saying that when you kind of like dip your toe in, you still feel alone out there in the world, but when you dig in and you really become a part of it, then you begin to feel that community and that support that bolsters you. So that's a wonderful testimonial.
Absolutely. I'm happy to deliver it. I just wanted to give you some thoughts and my experience and some reflections on the experience, because one of the wonderful things about it is that people will encourage you in a really friendly fashion to participate. And by participating, you kind of bring your Go Free practice to the next level. The book you've written, brother, is absolutely amazing. Your Go Free method is so effective at both dealing with anti-whites out in the world, but also at kind of getting rid of that kind of subtle sense of just guilt that interferes with your daily function. Yeah. Just getting that out of you is just, your practice is so effective at that. And as a general principle, learning is a communal thing. So when you join a GFC and you do your Go Free practice with other practice, you get even more out of it. So once again, I just want to doubly emphasize, people, if you are listening, join a GFC.
And you can, Jason S. is asking, where can I go to join? Jason, if you just head down to the description, you will see the email addresses for quite a few GFCs. And if you're uncertain about any of it, you can reach out to that top email, which is Mr. V. So for everybody, if you're interested, check it out there.
And I just, if I may, brother, could I, oh, sorry, I see you talking. I'm sorry. I'm hoping I'm not interrupting you.
No, you're not. Go ahead.
All right. I just wanted to elaborate on some of the things I've done to give people an idea of like what kind of awesome things you can experience if you join one. May I do that? May I talk about some of the cool stuff going on?
Please do, yeah.
So we got 2 book clubs that are already as well. The California GFC and Mr. V's GFC have 2 awesome book clubs. We're reading this wonderful book called Prometheus Rising. It's like this amazing epic fantasy. The guy who wrote it was clearly a genius, obviously channeling the biospirit in a profound and fascinating way. So that's been an amazing experience. I mean, I'm sure you know the guy, You know, I'm sure that book is cool. So we're reading that. That's just an epic and awesome fantasy novel. That's also, as you described, didactic and allegorical to help our situation. And it is, again, people read Prometheus Rising. You see yourself in Lord Prometheus. You see yourself in the Prometheans. It's such a good book. And then reading it with the people in the GFC is just a fantastic experience. I had actually started a history seminar. And this is where I'm actually interested in talking with Brant Danger. I was kind of adding him in the chat today. Nice. Because my background's also in education.
Cool.
And the Go Free practice is this amazing practice. My training is to take concepts and then reapply them in different contexts, especially in regards to text. So what I want to do is develop Go Free as kind of a lens through which we can read literature and history. And so we've started that in this this history seminar for white well-being, and we had our first meeting yesterday, where we started reading the Julius Caesar commentaries of the Gallic Wars through a Go Free perspective. Wow, and it kind of ties to a lot of what you've been saying, brother, about how the earliest forms of anti-whiteism were white people fighting each other because they didn't realize they were all one people.
Right.
And then you see kind of mean pathogens emerging out of that conflict. Yes. And if you read these ancient commentaries, you will like see the first instances of some very, very old mean pathogens.
Wow, that is epic work. That has to be done. I'm very excited to learn that you're focusing on that.
Thank you, brother. That means a lot coming from you, especially, you know, the man who wrote the book. Yeah, so it was an amazing conversation. We have such smart people in this community. Everyone has such great insights. And basically what you see is like, it's pretty clear that our people as a race are very high trust.
Yeah.
Right? So we will put our trust in people. But then you have certain kinds of leaders who will seek out their own kind of advancement, kind of seek out to self-aggrandize themselves.
Right.
Right? I think that's a term that you often use.
Yes.
Right? And that's been happening since ancient times, bro. It's been happening since the Romans.
Wow.
And so there's lessons in history and Go Free combined to recognize that we need to learn how to function as a high trust people, and not let that be used against us, if that makes sense.
It does indeed. Yeah. And it just, doesn't it just feel right? And I submit this question to everybody in the live chat as well, both live and in replay. Doesn't it just feel right to finally approach history from a white well-being perspective, instead of trying to make it this sort of so-called objective, which is really truly impossible. This so-called objective way, and it, especially in our institutions of learning, concluding erroneously that if the interpretation of history harms us today, it's somehow more legitimate. It's somehow more of an accurate understanding of history if it victimizes us more, if it undermines our peoplehood more today, then it's somehow more so a legitimate and accurate telling of history. Instead, you sweep all that garbage off the table and you have exactly what Axis Mundi is talking about here, this white well-being lens, this white well-being approach to interpret history, so that history, which is just a thing that is, if we are not here, it's not here, right? So is it going to serve our well-being today, our children today? And I submit to everyone, it absolutely must. It absolutely must. You don't let it get in the way of serving our people. No other race of people does that. Let's be healthy. Axis Mundi is cutting the way through the jungle here. I'm very excited to hear about that. It just feels really good to know that you have this focus on history with a white well-being lens, and even already identifying that the mean pathogens, anti-whiteism, got started with us. It got started with these wars of petty tyrants and petty leaders and petty chieftains, and they had to dehumanize our brothers and sisters out there in another tribe, or even the same tribe, but further afield, or whatever it might be, so that everybody would go and ruin them in war. It would be okay to kill them in warfare. That is why if we don't focus on that fact, if we don't actually focus on the kernel of it, where we're not realizing that we're a single people, if we don't focus on that, you want to claim that it's some other group of people who are the masterminds and doing it all. They've forced it upon us. You can never heal us because you're not treating the cause of it. The cause of it, where it started, was with us. That's where it started. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if anybody else or any other groups are benefiting from it or not. Of course they would. Just like white people have gone into countries across the world. We've gone into areas across the world. I guess they weren't countries. They were land masses with tribes or kingdoms on them. And we went out into the world and we found these different groups and we pitted one kingdom or tribe or whatever against another. That is the same thing that's being done to us with anti-whiteism. So did white people have to create the antagonisms between the different groups, or did they just use those antagonisms to achieve our ends in those environments? Same thing that's happening here. We have to address the root, the cause, which is us, and it goes all the way back, as Axis Mundi is saying, to the very beginning of history, where we're demonizing our brothers and sisters instead of focusing on the fact that we're a single people with a single biosphere. But the mic is yours, brother.
Thank you, brother. And so there's another thing that we're kind of discovering that's really interesting, is that another far-reaching consequence of brother wars is that we kind of wound our own biospirit. Because when we have these wars, and like, we're one people with many nations, so one of our nations of this one people kills or wounds another nation of our people, and we lose the insight into our own essence as Western kind whenever we do that.
Yep.
And the consequence is that we become weaker as a people long term, and this allows it, that makes it even easier for anti-whiteism to take hold.
Yes.
So this is a huge aspect we're finding, and it's quite a profound area of research that as I hope, like my hope is, my goals are very similar to Brant Danger's, to basically make this an area of study where we are going to look at biospirit theory and understand the nature of the biospirit by looking for evidence of it, which there is abundant evidence. It is very clear we are in fact one people with many nations. You study our mythology, you study our culture, you study the way we behave as a people. It is manifestly clear that what you say about our people, brother, is true. And then what logically follows from that is that when we fight and hurt each other, we make ourselves weaker. And recent brother wars going all the way back to the Civil War and the two great tragic brother wars of the 20th century, we have wounded our people so badly, and it's made us vulnerable to anti-whiteism taking hold.
100%. I'm really excited about everything you're saying here, brother, and very much encourage you to just keep at it, stay strong, and I hope that you have the greatest success. I can tell that you are tapping into the spirit of the West inside yourself. And folks, that's always been, I mean, you think about our greatest, it was the spirit of the West that kept, Jaeger flying. I mean, you could just go on and on through our champs, people who have done remarkable things. And by hook or by crook, or by chance, whatever it is, they tap in, sometimes only for a moment, to what truly animates us as a people, that animating spirit. And you get outcomes that are superhuman, and we cherish. We're going to tap into it full time, and I'm very excited about Axis Mundi. And brother, you are also welcome to call whenever you want. Did you have anything else you want to share with us?
One more thing, brother, and then I'll let the next person go.
All right.
This is taking a turn into mythology, because, like I said, we've been reading this wonderful book, Prometheus Rising, which is truly a work of genius. As someone who has taught literature as a profession, it has all the markings of one of the great works of literature. In fact, one could write a thesis about Milton's Paradise Lost and could examine the kind of biospiritual contradictions in that work and how Prometheus Rising corrects those contradictions and kind of delivers the story that Milton was trying to tell in Paradise Lost. So there is some really, really deep, gnarly stuff going on, brother. You were inspired by the muse of the West. Like the biospirit was speaking through you when you wrote that book. And as it turns out, even though you were intending to write this epic fantasy novel that was allegorical and didactic, which you succeeded at doing, you kind of accidentally stumbled upon like a prophetic revelation of the nature of Western kind by accident, which I can prove through mythographical analysis. So allow me to share something with you, brother.
Yeah.
Do you know of the flood story of the ancient Greeks and
Yeah.
the son Prometheus? Have you ever heard of that before?
Yes.
You have. You do.
The flood
Okay,
story
so maybe,
of
maybe
ancient.
you already know this stuff. So not the biblical flood story, the flood story of Deucalion, the son of Prometheus.
No.
So the Greeks had their own flood story, where there was the great flood, just like in the Bible,
Okay.
except the survivor was Deucalion, son of Prometheus. His wife was Pyrrha, daughter of Epimetheus, and they survived the flood and went and repopulated their portion of the earth, which was, of course, the European region, which means our ancestor, according to Greek myth, is the son of Prometheus. We are, as Western kind, literally the Prometheans, according to our own tradition.
Really?
Yes, we are literally the Prometheans.
Hold on. Okay, say this again now.
But it gets
So the
better
Greek
than that.
myth, Deucalion was the son of Prometheus.
Deucalion was I'll send you a link, brother.
Okay.
Deucalion was the son of Prometheus.
All right.
His wife was Pyrrha. They survived the flood because Prometheus, like the flood was coming, and then Prometheus taught them how to build the boat. They survived and they repopulated the earth. So our ancestor as Western kind is Deucalion, son of Prometheus. We are literally the Prometheans.
Oh my God.
But it gets better than that. Listen to this. The father of Prometheus is Iapetus. And Iapetus is one of the four heavenly pillars, the four titans that lifted up the sky so that sky and earth could be separated and then creation can happen in that chasm in between. Iapetus was the pillar of the western sky. So the father of Prometheus is the West.
Oh my God.
We are literally Western kind. Our ancestors.
I have chills. I
What's that?
have chills right now.
Brother, you were speaking truth beyond what you even realized you were doing. That's how much the biospirit was speaking through you. It is absolutely incredible.
So, okay, Iapetus is the father of Prometheus, and he was, what is this, the pillar of, tell me
West.
that, the pillar of the West.
So, exactly. So basically what happened is that in order to create the world, this is in Hesiod's Theogony, right? In order to create the world, the Titans, they lifted their father, Ouranos, heaven, off the earth. And then essentially Kronos severed their connection, and then creation happened in between. And so Iapetus was this pillar that lifted up the western part of the sky. He's described as the god of mortality, but that means both life, death, rebirth. His children created all living things. So as you begin to study this mythology, you begin to see like kind of the essence of our biosphere beginning to emerge. Like Western kind is deeply connected to nature. Like we have this deep intuitive affinity for life itself. And we're very empathetic as well. And so you see this expressed in our myths. So our ancestor, Iapetus, father of Prometheus, father of Deucalion, ancestor of Western kind. Our ancestor is the West, so Western kind, and Prometheus. We are literally the Prometheans.
I'm right now, I just rolled up my sleeve to show that I am having chills. I'm not kidding. My hairs are standing up all over my arms, my back, my neck, going up the back of my head. This is crazy.
I'm so it's just amazing, brother. I'm so glad that we've been talking about this all week, and everyone's been telling me you need to tell Jason. I was like, oh yeah, the brother. It's amazing. Like the biospirit speaks through us. Like the biospirit is real. We channel it. It speaks through us, and we are speaking truth that we don't even realize we're speaking.
Okay, what is the what was the wife's name of Deucalion again?
Pyrrha.
Pyrrha. Okay.
Pyrrha, she's the daughter of Pandora. So essentially the perfect woman created by the gods, but watch out, she was given a kind of a sharp tongue by Hermes. If she uses her feminine wiles to kind of trick you, it might go wrong. So it's kind of like, you know, the Greeks kind of saw all this coming.
My God, I'm writing. I have to have you, I'll contact you on Skype. I have to have you come on to talk more about this at greater length.
Sure.
Because
my pleasure.
This is totally epic. When I heard you say the flood, I thought you were talking about the Bible. And I've never heard about this. This is unreal. Oh, I'm just having to. All right, man, I'm going to have to think about this. But I'm going to contact you. We'll have you come on to talk more at length about this, because I am very interested now. How cool is this?
All right.
This is the stuff, folks. Before I let you go, this is the stuff that is so difficult to communicate, that a people has a spirit. And if you are in tune and you don't have as many of these meme pathogens that are cluttering your ability to hear and to see and to receive, you can tap in. This is something that we haven't, our scientific tools can't measure yet. It doesn't mean that it'll never be able to measure it. But there's clearly something magical there that we don't quite understand yet. And so magical is a totally appropriate word to use. And for me to write Prometheus Rising, Take Back Your Destiny, and then there's this whole story associated, is just a sign. It's a sign of that. And it's evidence of that. And I can't thank you enough, brother, for bringing that to my attention. What an interesting way to be coming toward the end of this gathering. And after all of the successes that we're having now, to be coming to the end of this gathering with this information. Wow. And then real quick, the father's name was...
I'll be happy to elaborate. And just one thing, I noticed in the chat, someone was mentioning the whole idea of Prometheus being a philo-Semitic god. That's not the case. That is an old narrative, an old anti-white narrative from the past. When people used to think that Western civilization was younger than it actually is.
Oh.
The more we uncover through archaeology, the more we realize that the gods we thought came from elsewhere actually came from us. Our civilization is way older than we realize, and the more we learn, the older we realize it was. So don't let anyone tell you that our culture comes from somewhere else. No, we are an ancient people. We are a beautiful and amazing people, and we have every right to love ourselves.
Amen to that, man. Thank you so much for calling. And Promethean hails indeed. And
Promethean hails.
We'll talk with you soon.
All right. Talk to you later.
Bye-bye. Oh my God, that is crazy. I was having all these chills here. It's like I was outside in the cold. How odd. Geez, it almost is like miraculous. It is almost like a miracle for that to happen. His father was the pillar that held up the western sky. And then the sun and his wife repopulated the world. That is truly something. Let's get on to our next call. Who was next? It was Rory, wasn't it? Rory is going to be talking about Boris Johnson pulls out of the conservative leadership race. All right, Rory, here comes the call.
Good evening, Jason.
Rory, great to hear you. And we don't hear the phone ringing still, so that's a great sign, brother. What's going on with Boris Johnson?
Well, this is what I wanted to mention, actually. Yeah, he flew back from the Caribbean a couple of days ago. We all thought he was going to stand again as Prime Minister. And now he's just said, no, I'm not going to do it.
And so what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think he should have done. I mean, he was our prime minister who won the election, had an 80-seat majority in the 650 seats that there are in the House of Commons. Basically got thrown out because of the Conservative Party's internal horrendous horrors, should I say? No, he's just turning to him right now. I'm going to stand again. So we're left now with Penny Mordaunt, I think Suella Beaverman, who was briefly Chancellor of the Exchequer, and of course Rishi Sunak, the brown man.
Oh boy.
So I don't know where it's going to go. As you know, we're very different. We don't actually have a separate election,
right,
for the prime minister, as you do in the USA for the president. It's basically decided by the party in power, and firstly they go to the members of parliament. I think if you have over 3, it then has to go to the grassroots members. But it's clear they don't want the grassroots members to vote on this, which to me is
oh, I see.
Like the end of democracy. That's not how it should work, right? Anyway, I'll hand it back to you.
Well, so
Jason, your opinion on this?
It's very fascinating because Boris having to step, and I'm not like a huge fan or anything. I mean, plenty of anti-white things being done by his government, but I really was confused by him having to step down. Everybody calling for him to step down as a consequence of what one party leader had done, fondling someone else. It was a man fondling another man at a party, and which is, I guess, sexual battery in the U.S. Why that should make its way all the way up to Boris, it says to me that something else was afoot. Something else was going on. And I mean, how much more could Boris Johnson have done for anti-white oligarchs that he wasn't doing already, that this other government, Liz Truss, would have been able to do? I don't know. But I guess he's, as you say, he's coming back, and he's not even going to. It's not even going to be put to the vote, and he's just refusing. He personally is saying, or the party is saying.
No, I think he personally is saying that.
Well, it might be like sour grapes. If they removed him, is that what? Could it be that?
Well, the whole big media play up about Boris Johnson having to resign was, he actually had a party during COVID. It's like, oh, for goodness sake, so did I. Does that mean I'm out of a job? Or you're out of a job?
Yeah, exactly. So that's what they're saying now? This is very strange. And is it going to end up in is that guy an Indian? The conservative that...
Rishi Sunak.
Yeah. Is he Indian?
Well, I think he's the favorite at the moment.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, is it possible that he gets in and we have another all non-white cabinet? Or maybe
more than likely, I think.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, that's our once great United Kingdom. Think about how, to me, it is absolutely arresting for our people to have such a storied and epic history on that collection of islands there, now the United Kingdom. And it's come to this. There are a lot of Americans, Rory, who it really bothers us that, when we have we look at our heritage and we look back to where our ancestors came from to come over to the United States. And so many Americans have heritage to one degree or another that come from somewhere in the United Kingdom. And it's every bit as painful, even if they never set foot there, every bit as painful to see anti-whiteism there as in our own suburbia, our own cities. It's really monstrous. We're going to keep an eye on it, what happens there with the new government. But let us know if you get any information before it's being promulgated.
Yeah, I will do, Jason. Liz Truss announced that a new prime minister is going to be elected in a week, and that was 2 or 3 days ago. So I think we're looking at like next Friday, Saturday.
Okay.
Something like that. So, but what I don't like about that is that that's taken out of the Conservative Party members who are meant to vote for the leader of the Conservative Party, who automatically becomes the Prime Minister. So something's really odd is going on here, Jason.
I agree. Now that I've talked with you about it, it seems like something. It's kind of as strange as Biden winning the presidency. Very strange things afoot. All right, brother. We're going to have to.
That. Yeah, I agree. But Jason, thank you. I just thought I'd bring up that topic.
I appreciate it. Thank you, sir. And you are welcome to call anytime you like.
Well, that's very kind of you.
All right. Promethean hails, man.
Marmethean.
Marmethean hails.
The groundhogs. Don't forget the groundhogs. Come on.
Amen. Marmethean hails. All right. Bye-bye, brother.
Jason. Amen.
Isn't that interesting? What's going on in the UK do they want, well, I mean, I don't even know whether there's so many questions to ask about that, and we don't have a whole lot of time. We do have Mr. V and then ElRonDur, I think. Who's next? We got Mr. V. And let me go ahead and let's get Mr. V on here. Mr. V, here we go.
Oh,
Champ, what's going on, brother?
Well, I'm doing excellent. I was going wild watching your reaction to what Axis said.
I was totally getting chills. That was so wild to hear that.
It's mind-blowing. I didn't expect that. I always thought Prometheus was the right god, and I had my reasons for thinking so. But when we started going deeper into our Greek ancestral religion and spirituality, and Axis was talking to us about it, and those discoveries were made, our minds were blown. It just, to us, it's exactly as you said, brother. It's biospiritual, right?
Yeah.
It's biospiritual. It always comes back.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's such a confirmation. Yeah, man. I'm going to be thinking about this for hours.
Oh, and there's more. There's more to it as well. So get ready.
I am really looking forward. So I mean, I mentioned to him that we'd like to have him on again to talk more about this. Is that when you say there's more, he's going to be sharing that with me? Is that what you're saying?
Oh yeah, okay. I think having him on, brother, doing a show with him talking about Prometheus Rising, because it's not just the Greek. All our ancestral traditions and spirituality are connected. A lot of the gods are the same gods, but with different names. The metaphysics of our ancestors are the same. The belief in reincarnation and things of this nature, their thoughts on spirituality and the soul, etc. So he's just a wealth of knowledge. He's a true lore master. We're watching real lore masters.
Yes.
Come about. It's mind-blowing. It's freaking mind-blowing.
I am so pumped about that. That is completely just radically awesome.
It really, really is. I mean, watching the mythological becomes more real than you could have thought possible. And speaking of Prometheus Rising, next week we'll have finished Prometheus Rising.
Okay.
For the Ontario GFC. So
that's
next
awesome,
week
man.
it'll be. Oh, good.
That I was just saying, man, that's awesome.
Yeah, and then after that, it's either Crucible or something else. The California GFC is doing Crucible right now. After Crucible, I'm sure they're going to go into Prometheus Rising. So it's just amazing, brother. Making sure that the GFCs get to this trilogy. If your GFC leader is too busy to host a book club, please take it upon yourself, if you feel capable, to host a book club and take other people through the book, because we got to be going through these books: Go Free, Prometheus Rising, Crucible, and I cannot wait until the 3rd edition. I'm going to get it as soon as it comes out, and then we're going to go back and we're going to do it all over again.
Nice. That is fantastic.
That's going to be amazing. So I'll be very quick because I know there's other callers. Style event, we're still going with that. I left you the audio of chapter 4 from that book, The Appearance of Power, in case you're out on a drive and you want to listen to that, brother.
Yeah.
It's masculinity and aesthetics. I think you'll really like it because he goes over courage, strength, mastery, and honor, and how those are demonstrated in clothing. He talks about German fencing societies, the Spartans.
Oh, wow.
Even Blackbeard. So
really,
it's really, really cool. Yeah. So it's very cool. So check that out if you'd like. So we're still going strong with this style event. And one big thanks to Colin from the Arizona GFC, because he's hosting the White Wellbeing Fitness Chat, making sure our guys get fit. And also big thanks to Coach Nate for bullying him into doing so. We call it a white positive bullying.
That's great. White positive bullying. I love it.
Yes. And we've got upcoming events. We're going to have it for the next GFC movie night. It's going to be a double feature. So we're going to watch 2 horror movies. And then on Friday, we're going to have a Halloween music night. So those are some of the events coming up. We also, for the last one, we watched Long Way North. And I think it's worth for folks to check that out. If you're a parent and you don't have a lot of movies that you can watch with your kid, it's only about an hour, 20 minutes. Watch it first. There's one thing that you could kind of qualify as an MP, and that is the tones that they used for some of the characters. They were European, but they really darkened them. It doesn't make sense. It's in Russia. It doesn't make any sense.
Right.
So that's a bit of an MP. But look at it, check it out. It's only an hour, 20 minutes. Review it before you let your child watch it, which is what you should be doing with everything. Don't let your kid watch anything that you haven't already reviewed.
Yeah.
But aside from that, brother, I'll just say that what Axis shared and what's happening is our spiritual amnesia is being lifted.
Yeah.
I
like that.
Oh, go ahead, brother.
I was just saying, I like that. Our spiritual amnesia is being lifted. Continue, please.
Oh, absolutely. And I'm so glad that he shared this with you and that you got confirmation of what's happening with Prometheus Rising. It truly is a sacred book.
Gosh.
In my personal opinion. People can take that however they will, but in my opinion, this is no different than any other great book from one of our ancestors. It's just as mythological, and we're making it happen. We are creating the Promethean nation. And we do have, as Axis said, that divine ancestry dating all the way back to Prometheus. So if you haven't read Prometheus Rising yet, you are missing out. You've got to read Prometheus Rising. Do it, buy it, read it, spread it, give it to everybody. And I'll leave it at that, brother. Thank you so much for everything that you do. Thank you so much for everyone involved in White Wellbeing. Promethean Hails and Pax Deorum.
Promethean Hails, brother. We'll talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, brother. Take care.
Wow, we're going to go to ElRonDur. And last caller today, we're going to have to be quick. He's got 4 minutes. Unfortunately. Can you hear us, brother?
Yes, yes.
All right.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you perfectly. Regrettably, you only have 4 minutes, so you can call back next week as well. We'll have you first on the list, but the mic is yours.
I just want to elaborate on what was said before on the Promethean story about the flood and so on.
Yeah, please.
So I've just I took a quick look, right, on all the flood myth and so on. And by you basically feeling that it is a very similar story to the Torah story, right? You're absolutely correct. Normally, the most like scholars date the Torah back to the 5th or 6th century BC. The first myth of Prometheus was written in the 8th century BC, so it was before then. So what we can have here is really a form of cultural appropriation here, okay?
Right.
I want to mention 2 other things here that is very interesting. The suffering of Promethean was at the Caucasus Mountains, and the Caucasus Mountains was also in the Jewish myth, basically where they repopulated Earth, right? So we have another similarity here, and I've just read that. Let me get that here. Where is this? Clay. Wait, clay. I have to. Yeah. So the Titan Prometheus, who had created humans from clay. So this is very similar to the Torah, saying basically God created Eve out of a body part, right?
Yes.
And out of mud and all of this.
Right.
So yeah, you have very much a lot of similarities here, and this could be a way like they do today, right? They write us out of our history. They with the blackwashing and so on, and later it will be told that basically Lord of the Rings was a black story and black creation and all of this. So maybe history is repeating, and what we're experiencing today has happened before in the past.
That's really fascinating and a fantastic way to come in here after Axis and saying what he shared, and then Mr. V tacking someone, and then here you are. It's a perfect way to sort of punctuate it today, so that it's something we can kind of bookmark and come back to. But it's really interesting to hear that this was a story that currently is said to be 8th century, and then we have what appears to be some appropriation when it comes to our culture and others. It's really fascinating. But,
yes, and you have to keep the oldest stories about the flood, and one has to look into it if there's also similar comparisons. But the oldest one is the Akkadian, the Gilgamesh epos, right?
Right.
And we still have no real DNA like proof who these Akkadians were, right?
Okay.
Just like with many other peoples living there. So yeah, it could be that basically it was the Indo-Europeans migrating there and then, go basically extinct.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
Really fascinating. Brother, we'll call you next week if you can be on with us again. We got to let you go now because we're down to seconds. But Really cool to have you call in, and we'll talk with you soon. All right.
Yeah, just one more thing, Jason. This was my point. I want to ask you: have you seen that Christopher Rufo was going through a libertarian panel talking about how to stop wokeness?
No, I'll have to look at that.
Oh my God! I only watched the first 20 minutes. It was embarrassing.
Oh
right?
boy!
And then you have this Stitch and Adam show. This is how I found this, and they praised it like Christopher Rufo goes full nuclear on these people. This was just everything you told us about today about how they addressed like these woke people, which is a code for anti-white. This interview just shows you how impotent these ideas of Christopher Rufo really are in that interview.
I'm definitely going to check that out. I got to let you go, brother. That is Promethean hails to you.
Bye-bye, Jason. To you too.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are down to 20 seconds, less than that even. We are discovering right now that we have that what we felt all along, we have a spirit that brings us together. We're not going to have the exit music. I love you all. Let's go